Cool. Hey guys, how's it going? Cool, so we get stuck into it. So today's session, Introduction to Software Development. So my name's Coda. As David said, I'll kind of just walk you through kind of the introduction bit. We'll do a bit of an icebreaker. It's not really an icebreaker, but it's all good. And then we'll head into our next session. So I guess before we kick into it, I'll kind of talk about today's agenda. So yeah, as mentioned, we'll start off with a bit of an intro. Then we'll get started into some HTML, CSS stuff. Then we've got a 15-minute break / overflow if that session goes a little bit longer than expected. After that, we'll have a workshop on Git by Paul. Then at 12:45, there's lunch. After that, after lunch, we'll get started into some JavaScript. And then from there, some TypeScript. Then there's another 15-minute break / overflow. And then we'll be ending this workshop with a session on React. Yeah, and then we'll kind of wrap up by 4:30, and then if you guys have any questions or you need any help, we've got a half an hour buffer as well. So should be all good. Cool. What's next? So yeah, if you guys haven't seen, so we are running a competition. So it's going to be a competition based off the topics based off the topics they're going to be presenting in today's workshop. There'll be roughly around 3 weeks to submit your entry. There's going to be some small prizes for the best entries, and there'll be more details on this towards the end of the day. However, there are details of the competition on the GitHub repo, so you can feel free to just check it out there if you guys can't wait. But yeah, it'll be based on the topics, and hopefully the workshop will help you through it if you guys want to enter. And it's not compulsory to enter, as mentioned, as a competition. So if you guys want to win some prizes, why not? Next bit, so GitHub. So yeah, all of today's topics are on the GitHub, so there's documentation on each of the sections. So if you guys get stuck or get lost partway through any of the topics, feel free to go have a look on the repo and kind of get back up to speed. So there's a link that was up before. Obviously that link's a bit long to type out, so feel free to just go github.com/nzmsa, and it'll be the first repo. If you have a look there, there's also repos from previous year's phases, so phase 1 and phase 2. Feel free to check those out if you want. Cool, I'll leave that up just for a little bit longer if anyone needs some more time. Or you could just search up NZMSA as well, GitHub. Cool, so we'll get into that little icebreaker then. It's really not an icebreaker, but what we want to do is trying to get to know your peers. So in previous years, what we found is sometimes a bit more individual rather than kind of more teamwork, group work. So what we want to do this year is we kind of want to facilitate each of you guys to try and get to know at least the people around you. This way, if you guys need any help during the workshop or you have any questions, you've got someone to talk to or someone to ask. So this is going to need some coordination because, I see people are kind of spread out. So if there's not anyone directly beside you, if you could just move into someone that's kind of closer. I was going to make this optional because I know some people will be shy, but I feel like if I made this optional, no one would do this. So I'm going to force you guys to move if you don't have anyone next to you. Sorry in advance. So yeah, I guess, turn to one of your sides, either left or right, and just kind of introduce yourself, share your name, what you study, anything else. I'll give you a couple of minutes and then we'll flip to the other side.
The file and then attachment. Do you need a...
Cool, okay, hopefully that was enough time for you guys to kind of get to know the people next to you. So we'll be going on to the next slide. Hey guys. Thank you. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, there'll be more opportunities to talk to the people next to you. So yeah, as I mentioned, we'll try and form like sort of some informal groups between you guys. So 2 to 3, 4, whatever you guys want. But yeah, as mentioned, if you guys can kind of work together today, that'll be super good. You can help each other along the way if anyone gets stuck. But yeah, if you want to form groups, it'll be good. Cool. So I guess with that, we're going to kick off into our next session, which is Introduction to HTML and CSS. I did write JavaScript, but that'll be after lunch, as mentioned. Cool. So yeah, when the guys are ready, they can pop up.
Morning, guys. Hello. So now it's 10:30. We can start to do the workshop now. And So the first thing we're going to introduce the HTML part. And so I think most of you people have know about HTML because that's the basic to do the website development, I suppose. And so for HTML is the basic language of the website, and the most recent version is the HTML5, and so from the start, I'll just like to teach you guys so we can start from the create a base HTML file first. So so we can just put index as the name and the HTML as the extension. So this is so we can just create a HTML file like this, and right. So from the start, we have to declare the doc type. So usually we just so you can just put a bracket like this, and then they will show up. So if you're using the VS Code, then it will show the doc tab, and then you can just enter. And so to declare the this doc file is HTML, and then when you open the file in the browser, it will know this is a HTML file. And so in a basic HTML file, we have the body, we have the head to describe the page. And all right, sorry. So
whenever you're free, just zoom in so people at the back can see it. So I can just zoom in a bit.
Right.
Just, yeah, you just. Yeah, so if that's all.
yeah. Cool. Do you guys at the back can see the screen and the code clearly? All right, that'd be good. Right. So for the HTML, it consists of a series of elements. So it kind of like this. For example, this one, the head one, is the an element. And so in this element, you can put any content. But for this one, the head one, it's just a description of the file of the web page. So it won't show up. It won't show up on the page when you open the file. And so in this the head element, we can put in the sorry. So outside the head one, we have to declare. We have to have the basic the root element, which is the HTML element. And then we can declare the head one. And also like the second part is the body. So normally what we put in head, it's like, for example, so usually we have the head, the title of the web page. So in the title element. Like for this one, we can name it maybe as the MSA program name. Also, so in the head, we can also have the other elements like the CSS and the JavaScript, but that will be introduced later. And so here I was just gonna introduce the meta tag, which is kind of a mostly used tag. Like this one is to, so the meta tag, it's usually it's to so for the meta tag, usually it contains the content like what's about the website, like this HTML file. And so for meta, you can announce, like, you can put into different attributes, like to define what is this meta tag about. Like for this one, I'll just use so the name is one of the attributes of the HTML tag. And like for this one, I'll just use description, and then it will help for the search engine, like when people are search the website by using Google, like, so this kind of content can help the search engine to locate what's the content of this web page. And like for this one, I'll just put this page is about the MSA workshop. So this is the basic what you need to have in the head element. And in the body element, that is the content. The content will show up in the web page when you open this file. And normally the best, like, so the most regular tags we usually use in the body tag, like for example, like the heading tag, so like H1. So this is like the headings of the document you want to show in your file. And so the heading tag, it starts from H1 to H6. And it depends on the priority of the heading. And like here, we can put the heading as the MSA as well. It's just MSA program. And then we can put the content like, so for the P tag, this is the most used one to write in the, like, to define a paragraph you have in your HTML document. I'll just put this. So for the content, I'll just put my first paragraph. And so not element come with content. You can also have like content without the element without any content, like the BR tag. It's like it's just change the line. And so I'll just have a check. So. So this is basically like you are writing a document by using the Microsoft Doc, the Microsoft Word. So you just need to declare what is that content. Like so in the p tag, the p tag is the element of the paragraph, and so when you want to bold the word first, you can use the strong tag. And also there's another tag we use mostly, like the div tag. It's like you divide your content of your web page into different parts, like a block, and this is like a block tag, but each block will start in a new line. So you need to be careful when you put in this kind of tag. Like if you want the content in the same line, then you may need to use the other tag, but later the CSS will be introduced, so you will know how to manipulate the elements you have on your web page, like to relocate your element on the page. And so here I'll just leave it, and now I'll just introduce another. So for example, like the A tag. So this is the tag for the link. Like when you put the link into your file, like this is the tag you can use. And what's more? And also the table. So the tables involves the columns and the rows in your HTML file. So when you declare a table element in your HTML file, firstly you have to use the table tag, and then in your table, so sorry. All right, you mean for the meta tag or? Yeah, we do. All right, yeah, sorry, you are correct. Yeah, sorry, that's my bad. Thank you. Right. Cool. So we just keep going for the text in the body part. And so for tables, so if we are going to declare a table element, like we will write down the table tag first. And then if we have the head, then we can use the th tag as the head. And inside of the table, we also have the cells of the table. And so we are going to use the tr tag. So this is declared. So this is the row of the table. And inside of the tr tag, we have the td tag. So this defines the cell of the table. And so this is, so So when you are gonna have a table in your HTML file, then this is how you write down declare the table. And so besides this, we may have the other, a lot of the other tags, like the image tag you can put down, if you have image in your file. And also, actually, so there's a website you can check out. So if you, usually if you search the W3C school, then you can find a lot of content about it. And here, here I'll just put the link here. So in the A tag. Is it fine?
Do you need to open up a link?
Yeah, I think so.
That's fine.
Oh my God, I don't know. So there's a website you can check out. So if you search the WC school, and you can see this one. So this is the website you can check out. And so there are lots of content you can find about the HTML. And so for the tags of the new version of the HTML5, so here's the tags. You can check out what is this tag for. So I've just put this link. In our file. All right. So besides the tags, you can use to write your HTML file, and also there are the attributes for the tags. Like for example, here we have for the meta tag the name. So this is the attribute of this meta tag, and the content. And here, the one I just wrote, the href, the href. So you can put the website, the website address inside of inside of the attributes, to indicate what is this a tag for, where it will take you to. Now. We can try to open the file with the browser.
Quickest way to do this is probably just to grab it from just grab it from here.
Oh my God, I don't know what I'm talking about now.
That's all right. Just relax.
Right, here's the file I just wrote on the file. So what's this here? Here we can see the A tag is a different format here. So this is the A tag we can click on. Now if I click on it, it will take us to the web page we just saw on the the same page to introduce the text. And right. So yeah, so that is the basic of that is the basic content that you can use to write your HTML file. So maybe if you want to have a practice, like you can try to use the text I just introduced to write your own file now. Just have a go with it. Maybe I'll just give you guys maybe like 2 or 3 minutes so you can write your own files with the text I just introduced. Hey guys. Hey guys, how's your feeling to write about your own HTML file? I mean, like, is it good, like everything going well? Like, any questions about the HTML part? Okay, I'll just keep going then. Right, so here I'll just so to show a clear table, I'll just copy the code I have before. So now we are going to introduce like how we can do comments in the HTML file. Like, so maybe you know the other ways to comment to do comment in the other language, but here, sorry. All right. Yeah. So here, like in HTML, we can do the comment. We just put them like the bracket and so 2 hyphens. So basically, it's like this when you do the comment in your HTML file. And so once it's had the format like this, it won't show up in the content you can see. It won't display on the web page where, like, when you open the HTML file. Like now, if we just like refresh the files we have, then the comment, it won't show up, but the content is here. And so just and now I'm gonna introduce another. So one of the dev tools we're gonna use regularly. So that will be the inspect in your browser. Like for this one, it's Google Chrome. So if you right-click your mouse or you like bring up the menus, then you can see the inspect, and there is the shortcut also. So you can use the shortcut to open up the inspect. And so now we can see the elements here, and all the code we write in the file, it's here, like it will show up here. And all right, I'll just make it larger. Yeah, so all the code we have in a file, it will show up here, like we can see it from the screen. And so like if you want to manipulate the file, you can do so here, like to show the instant change. For example, like I'm just gonna add like if you want to change the content of your file, like we can like do it from the element, like in the inspect mode. Like I want to add like text reference web page, the enter, it will show up like, so you can see it's instantly changed here. And but if you do a refresh of your page, then it will be gone. So that is like one of the feature you can use from the inspect mode, and you will be introduced more detail like at the later workshop. And cool. So that will be the content for the HTML. Thank you, guys.
This one. If you need the actual code, it's in here.
Right.
It's in here.
Okay.
And then this is the one that he's been working on, but it should be in this folder really.
Yeah.
Cool.
Does anyone need more time for the HTML section? No? Cool. So
If anyone's wondering where we got that table data, we got it in our finished design. So you can just copy and paste that table data if you need to. So my name is Raymond. I'll be going through the CSS section of this workshop. So first of all, what is CSS? CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It's how we primarily format our web page, so it's not just plain text. Think of it like formatting or styling your Word document. So that's what CSS is for us. So let's add some CSS to our project. Let's see. So in the same folder, you can add a new file and call it styles.css. What's up? Yeah, okay. Just make sure it's in the same folder. Just make your life easier because the next section you have to link it up with your HTML. What's up? No.
Maybe collect the repo? It's probably confusing.
Right. Better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sweet. Okay, sweet. So if everyone's already created an empty file, we need to link up our CSS with our HTML, and we can do that with this tag right here. So just copy and paste this, or type it out. I'll explain what's happening here. So we want to add this into our head tag. So what we have here is the link tag, and with two attributes inside it. So one is rel, which is the relationship. So we want to link up with our CSS with the style sheet relationship. So this will tell our HTML that we want to use the file that we are specifying as a style. So and href is the path of our file. It doesn't have to be in the same folder. It could be a online reference, so something hosted online, or it could be in a entirely different place on your local computer. Oh, sweet.
Adjust the mic so they can.
This is bad.
We're about there today.
Oh, okay. Okay. So now that we've added and linked our CSS with our HTML, I'll go through some basic syntax of CSS. So with CSS, we have three main things that we want to be concerned about. It's the selector, the property, and property value. So our selector is what we use to find what we want to style. So in this case, it'll be a p tag. It could be an h1, could be a div, could be any of the HTML elements. There are some more selectors which I will go through in the later section. And we have the property. So the property is what we want to change. So in this case, color. But there's font size, font family. If you want to know all the properties, you can go to the same W3 Schools site, and they should list all of the properties that you can change. And we have the property value, which is the value that we want to change to. So this depends on depends on the property. Whoops, let's not do that. Sorry. So, oh God. So let's add our first bit of CSS. So in your styles.css, you want to Either copy and paste the snippet of CSS that I have in the Git, the README, or just type along with me, so the p tag, and you want to have the open and closing curly brackets. And you should add color, and let's say red. So this doesn't have to be strictly red. It could be, you can specify RGB and give values into it. So it could be literally 255. If you're familiar with the RGB values, you can do this. Or you can just use hex. So that particular RGB value is orange. That's just a random thing I picked. For us, it would just be red. Let's keep it simple. So just save that. And if you go back to our HTML, we don't need to change anything because it's specifying our p tag, and our selector will find that p tag in our HTML and style it. So if we go to our site on Chrome, just refresh it. Oh, okay. What folder path is that? Test. Okay. Fuck me.
MSA test.
What is it? MSA slash test.
MSA and then MSA slash test. It's another MSA. No, there's 2 dashes. Doesn't matter.
What? What do you mean?
Documents dash dash MSA.
What document? Oh, dash dash.
I don't think that matters, sir. I don't know why it's not red.
Did he style it? Why is it not red?
Save? Save.
Ah, save. What? Styles, okay. So, very important that your href file name is exactly the same as your file creation, or else it won't pick up the styling. So now if we open our index.html and refresh it, the color should change to red. Just okay, so sweet. Better. So we added the p tag for our CSS. There's some other selectors. So the first one we have is the global selector. So this will style everything in your HTML, no matter what the tag is. So if you want some global, say you want to change the font for your entire site, you can use the global and it'll style everything in that HTML, in your HTML. We have the dot class. So this is the class selector. So anything with the class property and with the same name that you put in your CSS will be styled accordingly. That's same with the ID. And obviously we have the HTML element selector, which we just used previously. So let's add some styling. So I'm just going to copy and paste this code snippet. So if you go to styles or CSS, and then you can just add it in like such. So we save this and then go back to our site and refresh this. Now you see that the font's changed and the font size has changed. So let's add these two elements to element selector styling. It should style our h1 and body tag. So let's get this. And then let's add our class example and then our ID example as well. Yeah, just got to copy and paste that, to be honest. Sweet, so just save that. Whoops. So let's just save that. And let's go back to our index.html. So let's explain what happens here. So the first change we have is our h1. Oops. Be easier to show both sides. Don't need that. So in our body tag, we change the background color to light blue, and it changes everything on your site to be light blue. Feel free to change the color to anything you want. Just choose light blue because it's relatively neutral. We also changed our h1, so you'll notice that the h1 is a lot bigger than the rest of your of the site because I've set it to 32 pixels. I'll explain why it's overriding the global styling that we have later in the later section. We also have text align, which I've aligned the header to be centered in our site. I hate that. Okay, so we have these two other stylings, so the class and the ID. So to actually select our styling in our CSS, we need to go to our HTML and then set an attribute for of our CSS. So in the first paragraph, you can add a class attribute to the p tag, and then just apply it with the same name as your CSS selector. So if we refresh the page, it should change the color. Class example one. If I got the name right. Save your index HTML and then refresh your page, and your text color should change as well. So what is happening here is our p tag is looking for our CSS styling class example one. You can also do the same with the ID, except it uses the ID attribute instead. So I'll just copy and paste this paragraph and call it second paragraph. And then instead of supplying the class attribute, I'll supply the ID attribute, and then change this to ID example. Once you save that, go back to your site, and then refresh. So you see a second paragraph with the green styling, green color styling. Let's go back. Yeah. So you should see something like that. So if you've noticed that our H1 did not change color to what our CSS styling is. So wait. Okay. So there's one other type of selector you can do. You can do inline. So if you go style attribute, and then set the color to be red. I just want that in my. So just put that in your H1, and then if you refresh your page, you should be able to change your color in your actual HTML instead of through CSS. You'll notice that the inline will override whatever's in your CSS. That's because of there's priority in CSS. So if you go down to section 4.0, there's priority and overriding section. So inline styling has the highest priority, or override every CSS, even CSS in your project. The next is ID, and then class, then element, and global. So global is our least important CSS styling, so it will get overridden if you have any styling through the element, class, ID, or inline stylings. So I'll show you an example of this with the p tag here. So if we add a class to our second paragraph, you'll see that the styling doesn't change. It's probably easy to copy and paste this part. So if you save that, go back to your site and refresh it. And you'll notice that the styling stays exactly the same. Because CSS prefers, the ID is of higher priority than our class. You also have a thing called specificity. So the more specific with your CSS selector, it will apply that styling instead of whatever else, whatever class or ID that you put in, or P, or element selector that you put in. So in our case, I want to specify the P tag, the ID example class, example ID, and the class example ID class. So because we're very specific with the styling, it should apply the yellow text, yellow color to the text. So in our p tag here, you see that it's a p tag, ID, and a class. It has the class attribute and ID attributes. Just go back. Go back to your site and then refresh it. You see the color has changed to yellow. So one other thing you can do with CSS is that you can chain multiple classes together. So it's useful for when you have a standard button styling and you want to have alternative color to that button. So in that case, we'll just add a second class to our CSS. Save it. And let's go to our HTML and add in a second class to this attribute. So you can call it class example 2 and then save it and go back to your site and refresh this, and your styling should be centered. So in CSS, we have a ton of properties. You can find it here at the Mozilla reference. There's actually a ton of them here. I don't know all of them. Don't expect you to know all of them either. Normally, we would just Google it if you want to do something on your site. So, if you ever had to encounter centering a div, then you should we Google how to set a div, essentially. Okay, sweet. So let's add some more styling to our site. So I want to add some styling to our table because it's pretty bare bones right now. So I want to add a border that's solid, 1 pixel wide, and has the color black. And I want the text inside that to be centered. You'll notice here that I'm specifying 2 different element selectors. You can, if you're styling the same thing multiple times, if you have the same styling, you can actually style multiple things just by separating it by comma. Let's add that to our CSS. Oh man, okay. Save that, and then you can go back to your site and refresh it. So, and now you have a border around all your table cells. Let's go. So the last CSS class that I'll probably add is the div class. This is just to show you background color, height, width, padding, border, and margin, which is pretty important if you want to have a good looking website because it allows you to basically align and have a proper layout on your web page. So let's add that to our CSS. And then check if our index.html actually has a div in it at the end, which it doesn't. So if your HTML doesn't have a div at the end, just add a div. And then give it the class, or did I say class? Yeah, class attribute for it. So class is equal to class div class. There we go. What is this? Sorry, that's good. So once you've added a div at the end of your table, and then given it the class attribute, go to your site and refresh it again. You'll notice that there's a big white box in your web page. So with this, I'll explain how the margin, padding, border, spacings work. So if you go inspect, if you right click on the box and inspect, you see this neat box right here, which Google Chrome helpfully gives you. So we specified a 400 by 400 div, 400 by 400 for our content. Then outside that is the padding. And the padding is between your border and your content. So this allows you to not have your text right against your border. And the border width is how big the border is away from your padding. And then we have your margin. So your margin separates your div from other things and if it's encompassed in something. So let's say we add another div. So if you go back to your index.html, that's not it. And then just copy and paste this part, and I'll show you what I mean by margin. Save that, and then refresh your page. So your margin separates your 2 divs. So it's the minimum distance of between your elements, essentially. So that's that whole section. And the last thing for CSS is media queries. So you want to have a responsive website that changes its how it looks depending on what screen size it shows. You can add a media query. So if we add that to our CSS, so let's go back to our page and then refresh it. So if we refresh it, and then close this. So you see the background's blue, but I specified a max width of 800 to, so is that, yeah, max width of 800. So if we resize this window, it should change color. So that's basic media query. There's a lot you can do with media queries, but it's a little bit too much for this workshop at the moment. So that's it for the CSS section of this workshop. Pass it. I'll pass it over to Coda? Yeah, Coda. You want to flip it?
Yep. Hey guys. So yeah, next session will be Git. As mentioned, we'll probably start at like 11:45. So if you guys want like a 10-minute break, grab some water, use the bathroom, you can do that now. And then yeah, we'll get started in like 10 minutes. So.
Yeah, man.
Hopefully they come back.
Yeah, hopefully. Shouldn't have let them go, Coda.
It's always a risky one.
Yeah.
They're taking their bags as well. Oh, okay. I just need a...
Hey, can I ask you what very basic. How you use like introduction to like states. Very good if I win the rest of the program. Yes,
That's being recorded.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh yeah, it would be cool.
Yeah, I'm down to grab some lunch later, but yeah. I'll probably go grab some lunch as well, but yeah. What do you feel like? Hey, what's up, dude? Oh yeah, over here. Set up. How do I get this online? Do I just go?
Yeah, you just plug it in. Does it not work?
Oh, you just need to touch it. So if you want to put it on...
Shit, wrong one.
It is on guest device.
Yeah. This is the... Oh, nice aspect ratio. Extended should fix that? Okay, perfect. All right, guys. we're not going to start it just yet, but make sure that while you guys are waiting around and being kind of confused, because I'm pretty confused too, but make sure that you install Git and register for GitHub account, because we're going to need these two in the next session.
But again, that's not good stuff. Like, I know that's probably gonna go quite fast ago, but I try to like keep it like as basic as possible for you students. No.
Hey guys, can I get a show of hand who has GitHub account, register, and Git install? Who wished they got coffee earlier this morning? who have no idea what's going on at all? It's okay, me too. Nah, it's really though, like if you guys are confused, I mean, I would be as well, starting out, and I would really go home and just revisit some of the content that was covered in this workshop in the GitHub repo. Yeah, but in the next session, we're going to take a step back a little bit, and there's not going to be anything new in terms of coding, but we're going to be having a look at a very important concept in development, something called Git. So we'll give it a couple of minutes before we get started.
Get started.
Okay. Yeah.
11:45.
45?
Yes. Because we said that we'll come back to you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so you guys do have maybe like 10 minutes. We'll start at 11:45. Just relax for now. If you guys have any question, just put your hands up. Or, come around, have a chat.
Freeze the camera? How would you freeze the screen? Did we find out? Good question.
Oh, okay. One of these buttons will do, but
You're going to have to ask Coda.
Oh yeah, so what did you want to freeze?
oh, like in case I have to like do something off the screen, I just want to like freeze it so student can like read the commands and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't know if we can do that, but I swear that there's a way to do that somehow.
The only way to do it is if you want your slides on the lectern. You have a USB? Because then we can put it on.
That's fine. Yeah,
and then you can use this
say
one.
I want to like set up something, but like leave the commands on the screen for student to like do the exercise and stuff.
Yeah, you can always do it on this computer if you want, and then you can post that one instead.
Right.
Because this has internet and USB, so whatever you want to do.
It's okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to like get confused because I did sort of run through on one computer, so
Okay, yeah. Well,
just
as long as you're
wing that. We'll just wing it.
Okay. Click on guest.
So don't feel too bad, guys. This is my website from the earlier session, so I swear you guys' website probably looks way better than this. So if you fall behind, don't worry. What's up? Sorry? Oh, definitely. This is to be the next Facebook. So watch this space, guys. Yeah, for those who just sort of came back, make sure you have those installed, especially GitHub account and Git. If you if you're installing Git for the first time, it might ask you to like configure a bunch of options. Just click through it. Don't worry about it. It's not a virus. It'll be fine. I hope. No, really, it's fine as long as you have Git install and. To sort of check or confirm where you have, whether you have Git install, just run like a maybe git -- version, or even if you just open up a command prompt or terminal if you're on Mac, and just type in Git, you should see a bunch of stuff. That way it just confirms that you do have Git install and it's ready to go. I'll go into explaining what Git is all about and why do we need it in a moment. Some of you guys might already be an expert, but for those of you who are new, we'll get started soon. Like 5 more minutes. Does anyone have issue installing Git? If you do, just put your hands up and I'll come around and help you guys out. Yeah.
Hey guys, just before we get started, if anyone has a Mac, a MacBook or whatever, and you can't install Git, just raise your hand and I can come give you a hand to install it. But essentially you need to just go into your security settings and allow it to be installed. But yeah, any issues, just let me know.
Hey, make sure you have GitHub account as well because we're going to be using that. But as a sort of a final check, whether you're on Mac or you're on Windows, open up a command prompt or PowerShell, whatever, and then type in Git. If you see a bunch of text, then you have Git sort of ready to go. If it says like something not found, probably, then I don't think you have installed Git yet. So yeah, give that a go. So you can, you can hold Shift. If you're on Windows, you can hold Shift and right-click, and from there you can probably open either PowerShell or Command Prompt, depending on what option is available. But yeah, in this session we're going to be mainly using the Git command rather than any graphical user interface tool. I know there's hundreds of tools out there, but these two, they just run Git command behind the scenes. So if you go away today and you sort of understand the basic and foundation of it, it will become really easy to pick up any tools. So if you guys have Git and GitHub, we will get started. So welcome back, guys. My name is Paul, and I'll be taking you guys through introductory session to Git. we'll be taking a bit of a step back and sort of look at a very, very important concept in software development. Something that I wish, years ago I took proper time to learn it, and that is something called Git. So we'll just be looking at Git as a software itself and GitHub as well. We'll be looking at the basic concepts of Git repository, commits, branches, and pull requests, and we'll be looking at how to manage code changes as well. If this doesn't make any sense, don't worry, we'll go through it. Hopefully it will make a little bit more sense. But the aim of this session is really just to get you guys started, get into that rhythm of doing software development and managing your code changes with Git. There will be complex scenario that you will run into down the line, and that will probably require you guys to study a little bit more. But today we'll be focusing on getting started. Cool, so what is the problem so far, right? With, you guys have written some code, make some changes, maybe copy and paste a few things. But yeah, where do we store our code? Do we just chuck it in the folder on our computer somewhere, or USB stick, maybe Google Drive? That could work, right? But obviously that's not the best. It's probably going to get lost and forgotten. How do you keep track of code changes? Do you just memorize everything? Or maybe you look at your friend's project and kind of ask them to describe what they did? What if you make a mistake, 1,000 lines of code in, and you're like, oh crap, my website doesn't work anymore. Do you just Control-Z all the way back? Obviously, that becomes really, really challenging, right? Especially when it comes to working with other people as well. How do you even collaborate? Do you just email your website over to your friends and then maybe wait a few days for them to email it back? Obviously, there has to be a solution to this. We need a better way, right? So this is where Git comes in. Let's take a look at the definition. Git is an open source version control system. It's a powerful content tracker that allows us to document code, track changes, and easily collaborate with other developers. So since you guys have Git installed, we can maybe just take a quick look at what Git has to, say about itself. So obviously with any command, you guys don't have to follow along, but I just want to show you guys this. With any command, you execute the program with Git, but Git has the help command. So if we do a Git help on Git itself, that will basically bring up the manual, sort of an official documentation. So Git, the stupid content tracker, and that's what sort of the creator has to say about it. But I think it's a bit of an exaggeration. I think it's a pretty, awesome content tracker. So yeah, the stupid content tracker, which we'll be learning how to use it today. But as I mentioned earlier, it's a version control system. It's a lightweight program that allows you to document our code, track history, and really make it easy to manage and collaborate with others. Also, GitHub, you guys should already be registered to that. It's what we're going to be using to store our project in the cloud. Obviously, I mean, Git can manage all the code changes and stuff, but your code would just be sitting on your computer, right? We need some places to store it. So think of GitHub as, I don't know, maybe Facebook or Instagram, but for developer to sort of come together and manage code changes and work together on the project. So a few basic concepts that we'll just need to wrap our head around. First is obviously Git repository. You might have heard this word mentioned a few times already, inside MSA, Git repo. But what is it? Simply put, it's a project directory, but it's being tracked by Git, right? So all the changes that you make will be tracked by Git software. Another thing is a commit. For now, think of it as a snapshot of your directory, basically. So there's a few commands there, but we'll revisit that in a second. What I'm going to do is I'll just give a quick tour of GitHub for those who haven't used it before. All right, so I mean, it's kind of like Facebook, but instead of like posts and stuff, you see repository. So remember, repository is like your project, right? And you can see all the changes and stuff, and it's really good to get started with this so that as you progress into your software development career, you start building out that portfolio. And let's take a look at the NSAT MSA organization project itself. You see that under the organization, there's a bunch of projects. And in this particular one is the one that all the MSP have been hardworking, collaborating. You can see all the contributors working together. This is a repo. Think of it as like pretty much a directory, like a folder on your computer. And we'll take a look at that in a second. But like I mentioned earlier, that there's something called commit, which is basically a snapshot history of the changes. Let's take a quick look, actually. You can see that contributing to this repository, there's been a number of commits. And GitHub sort of makes it super easy for us to visualize what has been progressively done over time, right? You can exactly see who has done some changes. For example, if I click into one of the commits, you can see the time. I did this 21 hours ago. I fixed some typo on the README. You'll probably see more fixes later on tonight when I go back and fix some stuff. But it just makes it so easy for anyone to collaborate and work together. So bringing that slide back, we'll be sort of taking a look at the first few commands, which is, first of all, git clone. What does that do? So git clone basically create a copy of your repository, right? It maps your remote repository from your GitHub to your local device. Git status, that's another command that you guys are going to be running a lot throughout today. It basically, if you're at any point in time, if you're confused, you should always run git status to see the status of your repo. So let's take a look at, and git log is to see your commit history. So let's take a look at that in action. So over here, I'm going to go back to the repo. And if I hit this code button, so you guys don't have to do this. Sort of like follow along and try to understand what Git is and what it's doing first. There will be time to do exercises. But understanding is probably the most important part. So we'll take a look at the first command, which is git clone. As you can see, I'm going to open my command prompt on desktop. Currently on the desktop. Yep, why is it in the workshop folder? 1 second. Okay, anyway. So as we mentioned earlier, that git clone will basically create a copy of your repository onto your device. So we're going to do that. We're going to run git clone and basically paste in the URL of that repo. Awesome, that's all done. So now if you take a look, if we sort of take a look inside, this workshop folder, you'll see this particular 2021 Introduction to General Software Development, right? And this is essentially a repository. You can see that it's a folder. And this is the same folder that's on GitHub. You can see that it contains the exact same folder structure, contains the same file. How do we know that this is a Git repository? If you shift right click and open a command prompt inside this repository, you can run git status. And git status will tell us that, hey, this particular branch is up to date with the repo. So you can see that this repo is kind of mapping one-to-one. And Git does a really, really good job at tracking what has been changed. It's a content tracker after all, right? So if I go ahead and maybe like delete a folder, for example, And now if I run a git status again, obviously Git knows that something has changed, right? That these files have been deleted. Yeah, but it's not going to be deleted from the remote repository, obviously, because this is a clone of it locally. Not unless I sync these changes to the remote repository. Cool. And I showed you guys before those commit history. If I run git log, you can see that basically this is the same repo. You can see that these changes are, for example, fixed typo, etc., etc. You can see the name of the author who has changed it, etc., etc. So all the commit history is there. So basically, GitHub works on top of Git. But GitHub does a really good job at helping us visualize all the changes and stuff. I mean, you can inspect changes of each commit in the command line, but it would be much easier just to inspect it on the browser. Like you can go into it, and GitHub will just show you all the differences between each commit. Awesome. So we got that explanation out of the way. Cool, so for the next part, we should start, basically we have written some code this morning, right? But we'll probably like lose it a few days down the line. So we should start creating a repo and uploading our code that we have written to GitHub. So I want you guys to follow along for this part. So get onto your GitHub and go ahead and create a new repository. And just name it something meaningful, like my awesome website. Cool. We can leave it public. Everyone can see it. And you can go ahead and click on Create README. So I'll just give you guys a few minutes to do that. But if you guys shoot through that, go ahead and create the repo. Obviously, this repo is currently sitting on the cloud. It's a remote repository, right? You can see that there's one commit that was made by GitHub, and it basically did an initial commit. And all it did was that it added a README file. So this repo is sitting on the cloud, a remote repository with one file, which is the README file. I mean, again, we could technically start coding on the browser, but that wouldn't be good, right? So what we should do is we should clone this repository to your local device. So that way you have access to like your software development tool, all the stuff that you've set up on your device. So if you have created your repo, go ahead and copy this URL of your repo. Head over to any location on your computer. I'm just going to put it in my desktop. So shift right click, open your command prompt or PowerShell. And then we're going to do a git clone and paste in that URL. Awesome. So now you should be able to see that my awesome website has been cloned to my local device. And it's essentially the same as the one on the remote. So this is a Git repository. Heading inside, you should be able to see that single README file. And obviously, it's the one on your GitHub as well. So open your command prompt inside that folder. And we'll just do our usual git status command, and you should see that everything is up to date with the remote repository. So maybe I'll give you like 30 seconds or 1 minute to do that. And you guys can go ahead and run git log as well, just to see the commit history. And you can see that, as expected, we have that one initial commit that was made by GitHub. And you can see that counterpart on GitHub itself as well. Oh yeah, that's because so the question was how does that commit get there, right? That commit was made by GitHub because we ticked add readme option. Yeah. So if you untick that option, obviously GitHub wouldn't add the readme there. But if you hit add readme button when you create a record, then GitHub would do that initial commit just with one file, the readme. Yeah. So who's kind of understood everything so far? Can I just get a show of hand? Kind of. Good, good. All right, so I mentioned before, a commit is basically a snapshot of your directory. What it does is that it permanently records your changes to the commit history. So you can probably remember that there are commits in the commit history on GitHub, just showing that what has been changes each time. So we're going to be practicing making our first commit locally in our local repo, and then we'll push that commit to the remote repo, and it should show up on GitHub. So let's take a look at some of the commands to do that. You guys can just follow along for now. I'll just do a bit of demo, and then we'll give you guys time to do exercise and help you guys out. So again, if ever in doubt, always run git status. Yep. You can run it 100 times, it doesn't hurt. So git status will just show you the current status of it, and you guys can go ahead and make some changes. But for the initial first commit, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring over the file that we coded this morning. So let's do that actually. So inside my local Git repository, my awesome website, I'm going to go back and find the HTML, CSS that we did, the beautiful website that you guys all code. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring those files over into Git repository. Right? So now I'm just going to go clear screen. You can do CLS on Windows to clear the screen. And what command should we run? We should run git status. So Git, basically, as mentioned earlier before, it's really good at tracking what has changed. So it understood that these files have not been part of the commit history. These are new files. So these will show up as untracked files, which mean that they have not been tracked by Git just yet. So if you guys don't have this open in Visual Studio, you can go ahead and open this folder in Visual Studio as well. And we'll just put that side by side. So you probably noticed that Visual Studio actually integrates Git into itself as well, because if you head over to this tab, you can see that this is where you can manage your source control. And it notices that there are changes, and these changes are basically untracked or new files that have been added. But I mean, you can go ahead and manage all your repository through the graphical user interface. But for today, again, I want you guys to focus on practicing using the command. So we're not going to cheat ourselves. We're going to be sticking with the command prompt. So back here, inside our repository, there's 2 new files. We're going to go ahead and start adding them. This is a demo for now. You guys can, if you really want to follow along, you can, but I'll give you guys some time to do it yourself as well. So next command that we're going to be using is git add period or git add -- all. And basically what it does is that it will add all the detected changes to a staging area. Staging area is basically, kind of changes that's ready to be included in the next commit. So all the changes that's in the commit, in the staging area, when you do a commit, it will be recorded permanently to the commit history. So let's see that in action. Another command worth noting is also git commit -m. I know that there's a lot to take through, but you guys are going to be practicing and you guys are going to be doing this all day, so you become an expert. So when you guys are ready to record your state changes to the commit history, you can do a git commit -m basically just to provide a commit message, and you just write a meaningful description for your change. So let's see that. Let's see an example of that. Cool. So back here, right? We know that we added 2 new files. So if we want to make a commit, we need to add it to a staging area. So I'm going to go ahead and do a git add period, which will add all the changes. Hit enter. And now, if I do a git status again, you can see that now they're green because these changes have been staged. They're ready to be included in the next commit. So let's do that. Let's commit our changes, recording it permanently to our history. So git commit -m, and basically I'm going to provide a description of what this changes is about. So one day if you guys come over, look at my repository, you can actually identify what the change is. So we added some new files. I'm just going to say just that. Added project files. Cool. And now if we do a git status again, you can see that our local repository on our device is now 1 commit ahead of our remote counterpart. So with git log, you can see that there was initial commit, and there was a commit that we just did, added project file, right? But that commit is currently sitting locally on our computer. You can see that on GitHub it's not there. So what do? We need to use a git push command. This basically exports commit to the remote branch on our GitHub account. So let's execute. I'm going to clear my screen. Zoom in a little bit. Do a git status again. Always run git status. It let us know that, hey, our local branch is 1 commit ahead. So let's do a git push. Cool. So that's all done. Let's get some water. So that's all done now. Obviously, if we refresh this, we should expect that that commit has now been synced to the remote repository, as you can see there. And it details our changes as well. It says that we added 2 new files, which is the file that we brought over. All right, guys. So it's a challenge for you. Go ahead and make 2 commits on your repository that you just cloned. So obviously, maybe first commit could be where you added your project file. So just bring that bring that file over, and maybe second commit or make a push to your remote repo, and maybe second commit you can maybe change something. Yeah, and if anyone needs help, put your hands up. Cool. All right, guys. If you're trying to clone Git repo for the first time after you install Git, it might ask you to log in or set some emails and stuff. Sorry about that because I already set it up. But basically, just go ahead and put in those things that it asks. If it asks you to log in, just log in with your GitHub account. So that way, it has the permission to clone your repo. But otherwise, MSP will come around and help. You need some help? Yeah, so I'll give you guys 5 to 10 minutes to sort of practice making your first commits. Doesn't have to be 2 commits. If you want to make 10, 100 commits, go ahead, get really good at it.
okay.
So like, who has managed to make their first commit and push it to the GitHub repo? Put your hands up. Okay, we'll give a little bit more time. If you guys have, make sure to like turn around and just help your friend out as well, because obviously, for those of you who knows, Git is super important when it comes to software development. Just need to be able to understand it. So we'll give it a few more minutes. Who still need help, put their hands up so the guys can come help. I'll just help. All right, while I kind of give you guys a final few minutes to finish that off, I hope most of you kind of make your first commit or a few commits. Yeah, I just want to quickly show you guys an example. Well, I asked you guys to sign up to GitHub, but is that all like serious? Like, is that really being used? So if we take a look at what projects people have sort of worked on using GitHub and Git, you can see that one of them is VS Code. Literally the Visual Studio Code that you guys are using to code. So this is, it's open source. You can literally, you can go there and change the code, but you can kind of see that there's, 1,406 people who contributed to Visual Studio Code. So people have really, come together all across the world to build innovative projects, such as Visual Studio Code that you guys are using today. Another one is, who knows Bitcoin? Most people, right? Who has Bitcoin? I wish I did. But anyway, Bitcoin is also another project. You can see that you can go have a look at the source code. You can even clone Bitcoin code and just start your own Bitcoin if you want. So GitHub is serious stuff. Like, people really use it. Can I just get, again, a show of hand who has made a commit and push it to the remote repository? OK, not too bad, but I don't want to eat up your lunchtime for you guys, so we'll just have to shuffle along. But if you still have questions, then we'll just hit me up. So the next very important concept is branches. I know that you guys have been directly making changes to your remote repository. But what you guys have been doing is you've been making changes and pushing your changes to what's called a main branch. And this is actually a very, very bad practice. Yeah, just did a university-style kind of backstab. It's a bad practice because, let's talk about the branch first, actually. What is a branch? A branch basically represents an independent copy of your repository. So you can create a new branch to work on new changes. This way, it allows you to develop and test your code without impacting your main branch, right? So think of a branch as like a parallel universe, where you can like a parallel universe that exists within the same repo. You can like switch between branches anytime you want. If you create a new branch to work on, you can if something goes absolutely wrong, you can always delete that branch, and you wouldn't be impacting the main branch. Why is it a bad idea to sort of make commit directly on main branch? That's because main branch should only contain stable and tested code, kind of a production-ready code. Like, imagine a scenario where there's 400 engineers working at Facebook, and all they did is just making a bunch of commits to like one main branch. It wouldn't be too good, right? Like, say one day someone want to test out a pink background, you would upset a lot of people. So you would do that on a separate branch. Yeah, or like imagine a scenario where you've been working on your website that you started today. You worked throughout the whole year for like 5 months, right? And you wrote like 2,000 lines of code, and then you ask your friend like, "Oh, can you like help me with this?" and then one day he makes like 5 commits that ruins everything in your branch. Like you probably don't want that, right? So this is where a feature branch comes in. So I'm just gonna do a demo to show you guys what branches is. So I'll bring up my remote repository. Yep, so my awesome website there. And you can kind of see that currently there's one branch, right? Which is a main branch. And this is probably the branch that we want to protect it with our life. Like this is the code that we're proud of. We don't want to be experimenting or making random changes directly on the main branch. So let's create a new feature branch where we can develop new changes. Cool, let's go back to, you can like follow along for now or just watch. I'll give you guys time to practice this as well. But inside our local repository, again, we will open up a command prompt inside the folder and start with git status. Everything is up to date. All the changes we have pushed to remote repository. We're going to create a new branch. I will actually bring up one slide to talk about. It's a bit of skipping ahead, but that's okay. To create a new branch, we need to use the command git checkout -b. It's basically create a new branch and switch to that branch and give it a name for your new feature. So it can be whatever. Could be maybe new logo, new background color, whatever feature that you want to develop. So in a real world scenario, maybe it'll be like a sign-in feature. Could be a shopping cart feature for a very large project. But for now, anything simple changes is fine. So we're going to create a new branch and we're gonna push it. So let's see what that looks like in action. All right, so currently we're on main branch. We're just going to create a new branch using git checkout. And this is actually a switching branch command. But since we pass in the B parameter, it's going to check out and create a new branch. I'm going to call it feature, maybe new background color. Awesome. It's always a good convention for Git branching to just use some small letters and dashes for space, but it's really up to the developers. Cool. Now, if we run git status again, you can see that now we're on a new branch. We're on the branch feature new background color. What does that mean? It looks exactly the same. Correct, because again, creating a new branch is like spawning a parallel universe, you know, from the same sort of specific commits. If we look at the remote repository, you can see that our branch is not there. There's only main. We can run git branch to see our local branch, but there's 2 locally. That's because we haven't pushed our branch to the remote repository yet. It hasn't been synced. So what do? We do a git push. And git push will, you know, say something like, oh, it's not there. It's only on local. So just always do what it asks. I'm just going to copy this and run it. Awesome. So that's complete. This branch has now been pushed to the remote repository. If I refresh that, you can see that the feature branch is now live on our GitHub. If I switch to it, exactly the same file, exactly the same. So at this point in time, it's the same. But what it allows us to do is that even if I go ahead and delete all the files, it wouldn't impact the main branch because our changes is currently on feature branch. And worst case scenario, I can just delete the feature branch and I will still have my main branch, still have my code that I'm proud of. Right, so let's clear that screen. If we do a git log here as well, we would see the 2 commits that we did earlier, but this time we are currently sitting on the feature branch. So I'm going to go ahead and make some changes. So if we take a look at our website currently, my beautiful website from this morning, I will, because I prefer dark mode with everything, I'm going to go ahead and find out where I can change that. Oh, okay, so probably here. I'm just going to change that to black for dark mode. Save that. Revisit our website. Awesome, it's dark mode now. So I've made some changes, and again, Git is smart. So if we run git status, it obviously knows that, hey, style.css has been modified, right? Something has changed. Do you want to commit that? Obviously, we want to commit that. So I'll go ahead, the same usual command. Oh, don't forget to stage them first. So git add, git status. This change has been staged. It's ready to be included in the next commit. So I'm going to go ahead and make a commit. Awesome. So that's all done. It's been made to the commit. If I run git status, it's the remote branch is 1 commit behind. You can see here as well that the commit history locally, we have now got 3 commits, right? So what about our branch? We're on feature branch, but we only have 2 commits. Obviously, because we haven't done a git push to sync new changes to the remote repository. When that's all done, that change is now safe in the remote repository. And you can see that change as well. Cool. So what happened if I change my repository back to main branch? What does that look like? So inside my repo, you can see that on feature branch, we have made that color background change, right? But now, I'm going to bring up that command prompt, clear this screen, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch our local repository back to main branch, because currently we're on feature branch, right? As you can see there, we're on feature new background color. If we do a git checkout to go back to main, main doesn't have this change. Boom. You can now see that all the files actually reverted back to light blue color. And if we have a look at our website again, it's back to what it was, because now we're currently sitting on main branch. Yeah, so as you can see that this is super beneficial, because if you have a team of 10, 20 developers, right, and they all want to work on new features or make some changes, they can always spawn a new branch off the main branch and start developing, start testing, start making whatever changes they want. When they're happy with it, they can then merge the feature branch back to the main branch. And Git will be smart enough to bring over any commits that are not in the main branch over to the main branch. So it will compare the different and just brought that changes over. Because we are running out of time a little bit, I'm just going to quickly show you guys the merging part. Actually, I'm probably going to skip that and jump to a pull request so you guys have more time to do exercises. So yeah, let's do this exercise. Sorry, 1 second. No, I think we can do it. I think we can do it. I think we can, so we squeeze it in. So, as you know that feature branch has 1 extra commit that the main branch doesn't have, right? Now, if we're ready to merge that commit back to a main branch, you would make sure that you have checked out the main branch, which is I'm already on the main branch. You can see that there's only 2 commits here, whereas on a feature branch, we have 3 commits. So what can we do? We can then do a git merge. I'm going to do a git branch first so that I get a name of that branch and do a git merge feature new background color. And that's basically going to combine that commit, we'll bring that commit in the feature branch over to the main branch. If we do a git log now, you can see that there's now 3 commits. The latest commit that was on feature branch has now been merged into main branch. So I'm going to go ahead and push that. So that will just sync that new commit to the main branch. So if I go ahead and switch to main branch now, you can see that it now has that extra commit. Cool. So I'll let you guys jump into it. And your task is basically to create a feature branch, make 1 or 2 commits, and do a merge to your main branch. And always remember to push that to your remote repository as well. And if you need help, just put your hands up. Does anyone have any questions so far? How's everyone feeling? Who's kind of understanding everything so far? Ish. Who's kind of following along, getting the concept, but a bit confused? Who's like super confused, like no idea what's going on? Cool. We'll come around and get you guys. Can I get a show of hand who managed to create a feature branch and push that branch to remote repository? Some people, cool. Does anyone have like any area you want me to sort of explain? Just let me know. Otherwise, I can come around as well. But I'll give you guys a few more minutes, and then we'll jump into like the conclusion, pretty much the last part that I want to cover, which is a pull request. But yeah. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, guys, when you merge your feature branch to your main branch, it basically means that it's already been tested and approved, and you're super happy with it, that you go ahead and merge it. You should delete a feature branch, because at that point in time, feature development is complete. So it's always a good practice to delete a feature branch after you merge to your main, which I'll sort of emphasize this in the last section as well. I'll just give you guys 1 more minute. But please put your hands up if you have questions, so MSP can help you out. I'll help you out. Sorry guys, just conscious of time. I'm going to introduce the last little concept. That's pretty much the same as what we're currently doing, and then you guys will get time to like practice, and I'll come around and help you guys as well. And that last concept is, actually, I just want to sort of recap on the branching, because I think I didn't really explain this diagram into more detail. So think of this as main. Well, it used to be called master, but because of political reason, GitHub changed it to main. But this helps us sort of like visualize what branches are. Basically, when you create a branch, it just spawns like a new commit, and you're now sort of making changes on a new timeline. And on this side here, when you sort of tested it, finished your feature development, everything is all good to go, you can merge that back to the main, and that will just become a new commit. Depending on your configuration, it might brought over all the commits, but yeah, it basically just merged the changes back to main branch. And main branch, again, should be treated as production ready. Yeah, like Facebook main branch is what we see live today. All right, last concept, guys, before we go to lunch. We're going to be looking at a pull request. So what is a pull request? Pull request is simply requesting your team to review the code changes, a feature that you have developed, and whether it can be merged to the main branch. So like simply put, merging your feature branch directly to main is a bad idea. Why is that? I mean, like, imagine a scenario where you're working in a large company, right? And you tell your boss, hey, like, I added neon cat like photo to the website. He might be like, whoa, like what? What did you do? It's like, oh no, I did it on feature branch. And he's like, oh, okay, cool. But then I merged directly to main. So that kind of defeats the whole point, right? Because that is basically just making commits directly to main branch anyway. So before you want to merge to main, you want to file a pull request. That way, your team can review your code, they can give you feedback, give opinions, and once your pull request has been approved, then you can merge your feature branch to your main branch. So let's do a quick demo before I let you guys do this last exercise. Cool. So I'm just gonna sort of go ahead and make like one small change. So obviously, following good practice, we should create a new feature branch. Let's call it. I know it's not the most good idea, cool ideas, but we'll do a pink background. All right, so now we're on feature branch, pink background. If you look into Visual Studio Code, because Visual Studio Code works on top of Git as well, you may have noticed that the branch automatically switched, and it tells you what sort of branch you're currently working on in your repository. So let's do a quick change to the good old background color. So change that, and now it's pink. We're going to add it. So that change has now been staged for a commit. Oh, I forgot to do a git push for our branch, but that's okay. We can just push it at the end as well. So git commit. Add a pink background. And we'll do a git push. Because this is a new feature branch that I just created locally, obviously you would need to push that to the remote branch first. So if all goes well, we should now have our third branch, which is called, feature pink background. So let's say I've finished my feature development. Like I finished adding a pink background. That's what I want. I've tested it. Looks good to me. Cool. At this point in time, as we've learned, we can merge it directly to main, right? But it's a bad idea. So let's file a pull request. So you can do this directly from your GitHub. So come over here and on pink background, or you can click on this button as well. Git basically knows that, hey, there's been one new changes. Do you want to compare and maybe create pull requests? So we can file a pull request to merge feature pink background into main here. I can maybe write some description, trying to convince my friend why we should change our website to pink. You can add some reviewer here. You can add a bunch of details. Just really, really describe what this change is about. So I'm just going to say, all right, I'll go ahead and create this pull request. Cool, and GitHub actually automatically checks for you whether there's any conflicts. Since there's no conflict, no one else has been making more changes in this project, I can actually go ahead and approve this pull request. And basically, the merge is done for you. Cool. And I can go ahead and delete that branch as well. If we now go back to the project and look at the commit history, now you can see that there's an extra commit that says merge pull request. We can have a look at it, and you'd see that it just contains that pink background change that we did. Yeah. So I know that no one has approved that pull request. In a real world scenario, you'll be working with other people. Maybe you have a tech lead. Your pull request, oftentimes, there will be a policy that requires 1 or 2 people to approve your pull request before you can merge to main. But for today, you can confirm the merge yourself. So final exercise, same thing as before. If you could go ahead and try it out for a few minutes, create a new feature branch, make some changes, but then do a pull request off GitHub. And yeah, that basically, because we are almost out of time, I might just do a closing first, and I'll just leave this up there for you guys to do. Quick summary of what we learned today. We learned about Git repository, this remote repository, and there is a local repository that you can clone to so that you can start doing development. We don't want to be making changes directly on remote repository, right? Because you'll be working in the browser. A commit, the repository is basically your project, but it's tracked by Git. Every single change is tracked by Git. Commit is basically a snapshot of your project, so make some changes, make a commit, and that just get recorded to a history. A branch, an independent copy of your repository. When you're inside that repository, you can switch between branches and never really impact whatever you do with another branch. And when you finish your feature branch development, you can merge that back to your main branch. And lastly, pull request that we just looked at is basically just a request that you can file on GitHub for other people in your team to review your code changes. And yeah, you can revisit some of these content that I cover on the GitHub repository today, the workshop repo. But otherwise, that's all from me, guys. I'll be hanging around, so if you guys have any questions, you can ask me as well. But Git is really important, and I hope you guys managed to somewhat got started, wrap your head around it. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that up there because if you guys want to practice doing pull requests, then yeah, you can. Over to you, Coda.
Hey guys, so yeah, feel free to do this if you want. Otherwise, it is lunch now. So I guess we'll meet you guys back here at 1:45, so that's when the next session will start. And the next session is JavaScript. So yeah, 45 minutes, see you guys back here at 1:45.
Welcome back, everyone. I wish you guys had a great lunch. I am CZ. I'm going to start the JavaScript part for web development. So what we're going to do first is we're going to open back to our original app where we had HTML and CSS. So this section will be adding JavaScript and implementing basic functionality to our website. If you do not have this page, you can go to our GitHub page and just download our originally pre-compiled version, and you can delete the script section out since we're going to add this in through this session. Cool. If everyone's ready, I'm going to get started. Welcome to the JavaScript section. This disclaimer, this section won't make you fluent in JavaScript, but it will teach you the basics of JavaScript so you can actually add functionality to your website and continue your journey if you want to continue using JavaScript. And also, you're going to be using JavaScript mainly in most of your React apps. So the first thing is, what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a high-level programming and scripting language that allows you to introduce complex features onto your web pages. This also allows us to add interactivity to our websites. So the question now is, how do we add JavaScript to our HTML file? So we're going to add a script element and a closing script element. And we can now add in JavaScript code to our website. So for example, let's start off with something really basic, which is just console.log. And we're going to do hello world. So if we open up our website into our browser, you'll notice that where's hello world? So what we can do is we can open inspect and go to the console area, and you realize it appears hello world. So what does console log do? It basically prints out whatever you want to be printed through the console. So this is the console tab. I'll just zoom in. In the console, you can also type in JavaScript code that allows you to do the same features as what you would do in the script file. So that would print out hello world. It's returning undefined because it's actually returning the variable, which is console.log. And since that function doesn't return anything, I'll explain functions later. So cool. Instead of writing JavaScript inside our HTML file, we want to write JavaScript in a separate file. This way, we can keep everything nice and clean, where we have different files for different languages, such as HTML, CSS, and also JavaScript. So we're just going to create a new file called index.js, and make sure it's in the same folder. Instead of writing JavaScript code into our HTML, now we should load the JavaScript file using the source directory, which is the file name, which is index.js. We just make this a single line. And then let's add in console log to our JS file. So if everything worked out, we would have the same results as what we had in putting JavaScript inside HTML. Just a quick disclaimer, if you guys have any questions, feel free to put your hands up, and one of our volunteers would help you out. So something cool in JavaScript is we can do multiple scripts, for example, printing out hello world twice, and this will print out hello world twice in our console. So now I'm going to introduce variables. So in JavaScript, a variable can be defined by using the let command, and you can call a variable a certain variable name, and you can make this variable equal to something. For example, I'll make this equal to a string, and I'll type in string is hello world again. So a cool thing about variables is a variable can contain a value which you can console log out through the console. So if we refresh the page, it should give us the same results. A cool thing in JavaScript is nothing is typed. So you can set a variable into anything. For example, a number. And it would print out a number. And also we can set it out into a Boolean. So let's make this true. And it'll print out true. So if we do not define a variable, so for example, this is my empty variable, it equals to nothing. We can, if we log it out, it would give me a value which is undefined. This is really important when you're finding errors in your application because variables aren't defined. So we can use console log to log out plenty of things inside your application. So when you write scripts, you can know what current state it is in. So right now, I'm going to introduce functions. So let's first introduce a function. So I'm going to call it my function. And I need brackets. And this is a function. So for example, in the function, we can copy code in. Let me first comment this out. And we can console log. Let me just go back. Hello world. So this is a function. It's a reusable set of script that you can call again and again to have the same functionality. So for example, this is how you call a function. So what we can see is that when we call a function, it does whatever is in the function. So for example, in my function, I am consoling log hello world. So it will print out hello world. And the cool thing about functions is you can call it again how many times you want to produce the same results. So So this is the basics of variables and functions in JavaScript. A cool thing about functions is you can also console log out functions to identify what they are. So for example, right now, I use the brackets to call a function. Instead of calling the function, I want to log out the actual function. So we'll notice that it prints out what my function is, including what scripts is in the function. So what you can think of is everything in JavaScript is a variable, including functions. And then you can console log any variable in JavaScript. Something I want to introduce is another way of defining functions. So we can define arrow functions by doing a spatial syntax that looks like this. This is very useful as we can use arrow functions inside code. Examples will come later, but just for showing off what arrow function is exactly the same as functions. There are some properties that only apply to functions, but not arrow functions. In our use case, these won't be shown. But so if we comment out this, and that would do hello world. So cool. So now we have variables and functions. Now we want to know how do we add JavaScript, how do we interact with elements inside our HTML component or HTML file. So what we're going to do is we are going to, instead of anything of this, we are going to grab an element from our HTML file, which we can do by defining a variable. So let's use let. So something I didn't explain is a let variable can be mutated, so you can set it to anything. So for example, if we set it to true, we can set it later to false. But as a constant, my constant cannot be changed inside JavaScript. So this variable will not change. So if we console log my count, my constant, I spelled it wrong. My constant will not change because it's constant. It is whatever that's defined when it is initialized. So cool. So back to defining a button. So first, let's add a button. I think we forgot to add a button, so we're going to just add it in. So let's say this button says hello. Let me just save that. Let me just comment that out. So as we have a button now, we can see we have a button. And when you click into it, it does nothing, because we haven't defined anything for this button. So what we're going to do is we're going to add an attribute in button called ID. So we're defining our button with an ID, which we can use to get the button. So we're going to try get the button. So to get the button, we can use this really cool method called document. And we can get element by ID. And we can input its ID. So for example, my button ID is button. And let's try log out button. Something we'll notice is when I try to get button, it tells me it's no. What does no mean? It means it's empty. So there's no button. So what's the issue about doing this is that our script is running in the header file where we have head. And the button hasn't been defined as HTML and JavaScript is an interpreted language where it runs line by line. So for example, HTML moves down from line 1 to line 2 to line 3 all the way to script and runs the script, which is in index.js. However, the button isn't defined yet because it's defined below the script. It's defined here. So a solution to this is we can move scripts all the way down to the end of the file or right after button. And we would get the button. So that's basically the HTML element of the button that we just defined in button. However, this is really dumb because you don't want your script to locate somewhere under your code and you can't find it. So what we're going to do is we are going to wrap it around a method called Windows onload. And for this method to work, we need to define a function that runs our code. So when window loads, we're running the function to get the button and printing out the button. And make sure your script is still in the header part of your HTML file. We'll just jump back to index.js. Yep. And this should work exactly the same. However, our JavaScript code is ran once the HTML file is loaded all the way to the very bottom of the HTML file. Now with access to a button, we can do cool stuff with the button. For example, we can use the method in the HTML to change whatever content is within the button. So that's right world. So if I refresh the page, the button is now world. Since I ran the command button.innerHTML equals world, and now it changes. Cool things we can do as well is we can change the style of the button. We're going to define some CSS. So for example, let's change the color into red, because that's a great color. And now our button is red. So now we still click into a button, and it does nothing. So we want to add interactivity to this button. So what we can do is we can, when the button is on click, we can set it to a certain function that does stuff. So what we can do, for example, is we can use an arrow function to define on click to do something. Let's do console log clicked. So now whenever I click the button, it should tell me it's clicked. A cool thing about the console is to make the console look really nice, they layer the same console log into the same location. So for example, I've clicked it 6 times, and it would increase over time. I think I can group unsimilar messages, and I'll see a bunch of clicks. So every time I click, it will log a new click. Just a quick note, back to arrow functions. We could define an arrow function, for example, handle click, and that is equal to our method that we already had. And then we can define onClick to be equal to handle click. And that will be exactly the same as what we have done before. We're just moving it into a different function that can be reused. So some of you might be asking, where does onClick come from? So a cool feature is that onClick is actually an HTML parameter or prop. For example, if we go to our button, we can define, let's just define it right here. That's called I'll just call it function, and we do call it click. And this function would be just a basic console log again, and click. And we can go to our button, and we can do onClick, which is equal to click. And this will do exactly the same thing. Wrong link. It's this one, yep. So do exactly the same thing in our console, where when we click, I think I did something wrong. OK, apparently I did something wrong. I'm going to just cut this off. Sorry, guys. So in the same sense, you can do onClick and put it in your function name, and it works as well. But we do not want to mix our JavaScript and HTML code together. So this method is not preferred. So cool. Now we have a button that we can click and input a console log. So what we can do now is we can actually introduce states in our JavaScript program. So what we're going to do is we're going to just define, so right now the button is red. So what we want to change it to blue when someone clicks onto it. So for example, let's set blue to false, because currently it is red. In JavaScript, we can set an if statement, which is a conditional statement, where we can say ask if blue is true else blue is false. So for example, we can do console.log blue is true and console.log blue is false. And if we refresh the page, this code will run when initialized. And if blue is false, since blue is false, it would return console.log blue is false. If we change blue is true, we would get the other response where blue is true. So it's just a conditional statement where if blue is true, it would run the first statement. And if blue is false, it will run the second statement. What we can do is, right after blue is true or blue is false, let's copy this in to our handle click. So in handle click, right after when we click true or false, what we can do is we can set blue equal to the opposite of blue. So if blue is true, it will become false. And if blue is false, it will become true. So for example, what we can do in console is we can prove this by doing !true. This will return false. And if we do false, it will return true. So you can think of this as a not statement. So when we refresh the page after doing this, we'll notice that when we run this and we click on the button, let me just delete this, it will return blue is true. And if we click it again, we can set blue is false. So this will keep alternating because of our function method. So let's set blue back to false since it is red. So instead, we can copy this and paste it in instead of console logging. If blue is true, we can make it red. And if blue is false, we can make it blue, I guess. And now when we click on it, it will change color, like from blue and red. So this is a basic way you can add interactivity to your JavaScript, to your HTML page using JavaScript. Using a state, you can alter the page based on the state. So what we've noticed that if we use style, it will get really messy. So for example, if we go to our CSS, we'll notice that sometimes you can have multiple styles. And whenever we change this, so like we could make this into a single line and paste it in here, and it would be massive, which is not cool for developers. You want your code as simple as possible and as light as possible. So what we can do is we can implement, we can put CSS into our JavaScript. So what we can do is we can use class names. So let's first try out something else. So let's get an object that has a class name. So for example, this p tag has an ID. We can use the ID to grab that p tag. Let's just console log just in case we grab the right one. And then there's our p tag. A cool thing is we can console log out the class names of the p tag. Using class list, I believe. So using this, we can view all the classes of the p tag. So for example, right now there's only a single class. There is a single class. So for example, if we want two classes, let's just copy this class 2 from the top to the bottom. And now there's two classes. when we log out the classes, we'll realize there's two different classes in here. A cool thing about JavaScript is we can alter the number of classes on a single element. What we can do is we can use p tag class list, and we can use add. Let's use remove first. We can remove a certain class. So for example, we have a class 2. We can copy this class 2 and use the remove function to remove this class. So what you'll notice is currently it is assuming it's yellow, and we refresh and we move the class 2, which is, I assume it's padding or center. Let's just check it out. So it is just text align center. So we basically remove that class style. The cool thing about this is now, instead of writing in styles, you can change the class of the object that you're trying to alter. So instead of removing, we can do class list.add, and we can add back the class into the class list. So basically, there's 2 more classes now, assuming it's in the center, so therefore it has the center tag. So to change elements, we, instead of using styles, we want to use class names. So let's try it out. So for example, let's create a class that is button. I just call it red. And it would contain the styles of button red. Color is red. And then we can do blue, color blue. Something we want to do is we want to set this as important, since we wanted to overlap the other one. And then we can copy blue into our button. So we just set this class is into button blue. And then we can do button red into it. And then now the button is red, and we can do class list dot remove the button red. And we can add it back. Let me think. If button is blue, we want to add it. And if button is red, it's not blue, we remove the red. So that would work exactly the same as we use styles, but it's much cleaner since we are using class list. Button remove. That should work. Let me just debug this. Oh, oops. I think I named it wrong. I probably don't need that. Oh, because we set the style here. So we just remove the style. And that should work. And now it's blue and red. So cool. This is how you use class names and how to add functions to buttons and variables and functions. So now you're asking what to do next after learning about Java and HTML. So if we go back to NZMSA, to the very end of the thing, we have a section called What's Next. After learning JavaScript, HTML, and CSS, we can now add and use handle click and use class names to alter different classes inside our elements. And we can use these skills you just learned to make a beautiful HTML and CSS website. And you can also check out the Microsoft Learn module for building a CSS and HTML. It's a really cool module. It's only 47 minutes. It goes through very simple steps of what we've taught today. I highly recommend you guys to go over it lightly if you want to learn more stuff about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And there's something, a cool optional thing you could do is you can host your website on GitHub pages. This is an option, so I'm not going to show it to you guys, but feel free to host your GitHub repo directly onto GitHub pages. So this is going to conclude the JavaScript section, and I'm going to let Shrey talk about TypeScript.
Sure.
Wait, you have like Node installed, right? Yeah, that's all I need.
Good luck.
That's all I need.
You need to download the PowerPoint.
Or do you not have the power?
Oh, it should be get pulled already.
You just want the PowerPoint?
Yeah, that's.
And you can
pretty
switch
much
over to.
it. Yeah, I'll just like alt tab and then keep switching. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Talking to the guys how they just want me to make like an announcement, like if they're like super worried and fall behind or something.
Okay. Yeah.
Everything has been documented on GitHub, so it's just good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guys, just a sort of a quick sort of announcement. I know that some of us might like fall behind or get really confused, or everything is like new to you. Everything is documented on GitHub, so if you fall behind or anything, just sort of absorb, try to follow along and learn as much as you can. And then when you go home, when you have time, feel free to like revisit these topics again, and it'll be really, really good. So yeah, don't worry too much if you fall behind. We have put a lot of time into documenting everything we taught today. So yeah.
Sorry guys, technical difficulties. Fix it. Yo, Shrey, fix it. Like that. Like that, right?
Yeah.
Just one like that. And just that.
Okay. Sweet. Okay. Hey guys. So CZ showed you what JavaScript was and how to like use it on your website to kind of make your websites more dynamic. My name is Shrey, and I'm going to go with you through the basics of TypeScript. And I'm sure there are like a lot of people over here who might have done some web development before who might know what TypeScript is. But for the people who don't worry, we're just going to go through the fundamentals. And if you have any like problems that you have on your computer or with the understanding of TypeScript, just put your hands up so like someone can help you out. Sweet. So let's just go through like a few learning outcomes of what we could learn in the next like half an hour. So the first learning outcome we have is like, what exactly is TypeScript, right? Because you guys might be wondering, like, we just learned about a whole new technology of JavaScript, and the name sounds similar as well. So I'll keep that as a hint, and you can play your guessing games, kind of deciding on what it could be until we get to the fundamentals. Then we're going to go through the benefits during development, so how TypeScript can help developers kind of make interactive websites and websites that kind of users like using. After that, we're going to go through installing TypeScript through Node.js. So TypeScript is actually a whole new language compared to JavaScript, and it actually requires like a whole new environment on your laptop so you can get the code to execute on your computer. So make sure you guys have Node.js installed, because I do know the installation process is quite lengthy. So if you guys just started right now, you should finish by the time we get onto that stage. After that, we're going to really get to the meat of the presentation. So that's going to consider the features provided by TypeScript. So those are constructs such as data types, classes, and interfaces. And again, for those who might have done like some object-oriented programming languages before, like you might know what classes and interfaces already are, but don't worry if you're not aware of all that. And then at the end, we're going to learn at some migration strategies. Sweet. So yeah, here's the resource list again. So you'll just need Node.js installed, and I'm sure all of you guys have like Visual Studio Code already on your computer. Sweet. So let's get into the first slide and consider what exactly is TypeScript, right? So TypeScript is actually an open source language developed by Microsoft and maintained by Microsoft as well. And developers usually kind of refer to it as a typed superset of JavaScript. Now, this is where the similarities between JavaScript and TypeScript comes in. What it means for TypeScript to be a superset of JavaScript is that you can see through the Venn diagram there that all the syntax that CZ explained just now of like making functions, making variables and all that, it's valid JavaScript syntax, right? And that's all encapsulated in the yellow circle. So that's all valid JavaScript syntax. But what TypeScript is that it's a whole like, it kind of bounds JavaScript in a sense that it provides, it takes the features of JavaScript and adds more features onto it. And that's what I kind of talked about over here. So it's the data types, classes, and interfaces. Cool. So again, I'm just going to go through why JavaScript is really needed in modern development. So JavaScript is a technology which is very powerful because it can make developers kind of create like dynamic websites. And the first really important aspect of a dynamic website is eventlessness. So CZ explained that as well. When you made that little button, and when a user kind of interacts with the button through a click or even move the mouse or pressing some keys on the keyboard, those are all events on a web browser. So a user generates event by kind of doing something on a website. And you as a developer, when you write event listeners, you're pretty much writing those functions. So what must the website do when a user does something on the website? For example, moving their mouse. So that's pretty much what an event listener is. The second really important aspect of a dynamic website is DOM manipulation. So DOM stands for document object model. So it's pretty much how he was kind of changing the text of that button when the user clicked on it. That's DOM manipulation, right? And nowadays, like if you go to websites, you might even find that when you click on a button, like a menu comes in, or when you click it again, it toggles on and off. So it goes away and comes back in. That's part of DOM manipulation. And the last component is like, pretty much basic animations, like moving your mouse and then the screen kind of moves as well. So that's all part of animation. And these three things are really important to users these days because they really want to feel engaged in a website when they're on it. So this is like a screenshot of the Apple's website back from 2002 where they didn't have JavaScript at all. So it's pretty much like a static website. They look just like an image, but an image you can click, So like it's not really, it's a very boring experience for users when they don't really have JavaScript in their website. Now, so you guys might be asking yourselves, like, where does TypeScript exactly come into this and what advantages does it actually provide? So the thing with JavaScript is that it's being used more and more by new developers throughout because JavaScript is many frameworks these days, so you can pretty much do everything in JavaScript. And because of that, you have many new developers kind of coming into that technology. So the developers that work at JavaScript kind of keep adding new features. But what happens is that when they keep adding new features, you also have some cases where JavaScript behaves in a really like odd behavior, in a way that you don't anticipate it as a developer. So that's where TypeScript comes in. Now, let's just go through some basic examples. So I talked about JavaScript having like its really odd moments where it doesn't kind of behave the way we want. So this is a very simple example. So CZ went through these constructs pretty well in his presentation. So in the first line over here, it's pretty much defining a variable called myNumber, and you're just assigning a number to it, like 15. And he even went through if statements. So in this, you're pretty much, if you look at like basic math, it's pretty much like 1 is less than 15 is less than 10. Now, we also learned that if this condition over here is true, then this block will be executed, right? Now, I'm telling you for a fact that this block is actually executed. But when you look at the math side of things, when 15 comes in here, it doesn't really make sense because, yeah, sure, 1 is less than 15, but 15 is not less than 10. Does anyone want to like have a guess here? Like, I'd love like someone if someone gets their input in here. Like, yeah. Sorry. That is part of the reasoning, but what it actually, JavaScript considers this as valid syntax when it's actually not. So the problem could be avoided by adding 2 different conditionals. One is less than 15 and then 15 is less than 10, and that would solve the problem, but yeah. Yeah, so you're sort of there, both of you, but what's actually happening here is that, okay, let's just take the first bit. 1 is less than my number, right? If you substitute 15 in here, you'll get 1 is less than 15, which is definitely true, right? So what JavaScript does is that it replaces these 2. It just takes it out because it's already been evaluated. And what JavaScript does is that it replaces it with true. And JavaScript tries to be oversmart here because like we know in maths, false is usually 0 and true is 1, right? So what JavaScript does is that since these 2 are substituted with true, JavaScript converts the true into 1. So the next process that happens is that it says 1 is less than 10, which it says, oh yeah, that's true. And then ultimately the curly braces, the block inside the curly braces is executed, which is like totally false. It kind of like goes against what you learned in primary school maths, right? Now, this is another situation where like similar things happen. So in the first line, you're using subtraction, and in the second line, you're doing addition. But what happens here is this is a string. So it's not a number 3, it's a string 3. But over here, both of these ones are actually integers. So in the first one, what it does is that it converts, JavaScript converts the string into an integer, which becomes a numerical 3. And then it does 3 minus 1, and it outputs 2, which is correct maths. But in the second one, what it does is that it doesn't actually convert the 3 into an integer. What it does is that it takes the 1 and converts it to a string. And then what happens is that you get 3 plus 1 equals to 31, which is incorrect as well. So yeah, yay JavaScript. The third example is like you're taking a string and timesing it by an integer over here, which doesn't really make sense. And that first line actually would output NaN, which in JavaScript stands for not a number, which makes sense because it's not a number. You can't, it's not really possible to multiply a string with an integer. But when you try to find out, this typeof is a special keyword in JavaScript. So if you did like typeof, this double quote tray, it would give back a string because we know it's a string. If you did typeof 17, it would give us a number because we know it's a number. But when it does typeof not a number, it actually gives back a number. So like, how is exactly not a number a number? So that's another reason where JavaScript kind of goes wrong. And this is kind of another example that kind of demonstrates the same thing where height in here, in this object over here, it's not spelled right. And in a very large application where companies really have really large applications, and as a developer, when you're navigating through it, you might not realize you've made like a really small mistake. So here, in this case, height is spelled wrong. And at the very end, if you try to access this height, it will give you a mistake when you're executing the code. So you're going wrong over there as well. So as you can see, like these problems right now, because we're only writing like functions and applications that are really like just 10-liners, 15-liners, it's not that significant for us. But in really big businesses, where wait, what? How is that happening? JavaScript, yes. Okay, yeah, so like in a really big environment where you have like literally like 20, 25 developers working on the same code base with like, let's say 50 files and each of those files containing 1,000 lines of code each, you can really have problems where one guy made a variable that you're trying to access and you can't really find it anywhere. And when you push it out to production, your users are trying to use it and they just make a mess of things. So it just doesn't work out. So now we're just going to, before we actually get started on how to execute TypeScript and how to write TypeScript, I'm just going to go through a quick demonstration on how to get your computer ready to execute TypeScript. So for this, I'm just going to create a folder. So I recommend just create a folder called like TypeScript project. And then, and yeah, again, if you have like any problems that are happening with like your computer or you don't understand anything, just like put your hand up. One of us will help you out. So the first thing we're actually going to do is, as I said, create an empty directory, and then my close folder. And then if you just go to Visual Studio Code and then do open folder. Yeah, so pretty much just open your empty folder in your VS Code, first of all. Yeah. After that, assuming that you all have VS Code installed, Node.js installed, we can use something called npm modules to download like an extra software that will help us kind of execute the TypeScript code that we write. So in your terminal, you can write npm install g and then TypeScript. So I'll just keep this command here for like, I think 10 seconds or something, and then just execute that and just install it on your computer. It'll only take like 5 to 10 seconds. Yeah, so it says the package has been added. So just this line of code here. Cool. So after that, what we want to do is initialize this folder as a node project that we're trying to create. So for doing that, in your empty directory, call this function now. So npm init -y. Or if you guys want me to go back to the original piece of text, just let me know. I can do that. So I'll just keep it up here for like a bit. Yeah, so it's pretty much that. Okay, so I'm going to move on to, can I just get like a show of hands of the people who have done the first step? So, okay, cool, yeah. So for the second step, do the same thing, but rather than, so you're going to initialize your folder right now as a node project. So in order to do that, just execute this line of code. So npm init -y. Might zoom it in even more so people can see. I did link it to the prerequisites. It should be in the README file on thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because
some people might get my npm command like this. Maybe just let them know that.
Because it does take like 15 minutes for Node to install itself.
Okay,
that's the problem. Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Can I please get a show of hands again of the people who have done the second step? Okay, sweet. Okay, cool. So the way to kind of track to see whether you've made the project correctly is that after you execute npm init -y, you will see this package.json file which is created, and you don't really need to worry about what's inside it. But you can just use that file to kind of know that you've done it correctly. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, I'm just gonna, before we actually get started into like the proper constructs of TypeScript, I'm just going to go through what variable types are available in TypeScript. So in TypeScript, you have, first of all, you have Booleans, right? So CZ went over it before. You can either have true or false, which is kind of useful to represent some scenarios in your application. Second one is number. So in TypeScript, any form of number, so whether that be like decimal place number or like an integer itself, they're all represented as a number. So that's all you need to worry about. And the third is a string. So anything that's a piece of text, like a sequence of characters, is all defined as a string. And the string can be empty as well, as it says here. So if I was to go back and actually write our first TypeScript file, I would press Control N so that a new file is created. And then I can just save that in the same folder as testing.ts, right? So .ts extension stands for .typescript. So this is testing.ts. So just like this. And remember that Venn diagram that we saw before? We have to understand that everything that's a valid JavaScript syntax, you can write it in TypeScript, but the vice versa is not possible. So you can't write TypeScript code into JavaScript. So this may actually look very similar to JavaScript, as it's just adding more functionalities into it, like some data types. So in here, we can do like let my name is of type string, and my name is Shrey Taylor, right? So that's how you would define a string. So remember in regular JavaScript, you wouldn't really have this part. It would just be let my name is equals to Shrey Taylor. But in this case, we have this extra data type. So and then I can be like, let my age of type number is equals to 19. So that's a number. So remember I talked about the 3 data types. One is Boolean, one is a string, and one is a number. So I can be like, let loves coding of Boolean is equals to true, right? So those are the 3 variables that I've defined, with all 3 having different data types. Now, one of the things which is a real advantage of TypeScript is that, remember CZ was creating a variable, adding a value onto it, but then at a later stage, let's say if he, at the beginning, let's say he did this, right? So let variable is equals to Shrey is equals to hello world. And then variable is equals to 17, right? Yep, it's giving me an error in a TypeScript file, but if you were to write this in a JavaScript file, it would be allowed. The reason why it's not allowed over here is because variable is actually an implicit type of string, and then you're trying to add an integer onto that, which is not possible. But remember, in JavaScript, this was totally possible. So this is how you define variables inside TypeScript. Now for the next bit, I'm going to try to kind of console log out all these variables, right? And in the process, we'll learn how to actually execute a node, a TypeScript file on your computer. So I'm going to do console log my name, console log my age, and console.log loves coding, right? So I'm simply defining 3 variables and then trying to print them out. Now, if you want to execute TypeScript on your computer, what you have to do is, remember you installed this node utility by doing that npm install g command. So you can use that exact utility that you downloaded and then use that to run the TypeScript code. So for that, you will need to do tsc and then the name of your file. So that's testing.ts. So what this, remember that currently there's 2 files, this package.json and the file that you actually wrote. There are those 2 files that currently exist. When I run this command, however, you can see now there's a 3rd file as well. So I did mention previously that TypeScript is a language of its own. But when you want to kind of execute TypeScript, what you have to do is you have to convert it to JavaScript code, and then you actually execute that JavaScript code, right? So TypeScript is a language that just helps you in development, But it's a language where the end users don't really see the effects of it. They just see the application as a whole. But all it helps you is that it helps you to kind of develop in a more organized manner when you're working with other developers and larger projects. So as you can see, like all these types that I've defined here, right? All these types that I've defined here, in the JavaScript file, there's no types. It's just variables. So all those, because JavaScript doesn't have data types naturally. And now we can finally go ahead. So using this command, we pretty much converted the TypeScript file to a JavaScript file. And to execute that JavaScript file, you would do node testing.js, right? And if you just run that, it prints out my name, which is the first line over here, console.log my name, 19, and true. So the first part of the process is pretty much to convert the TypeScript code into JavaScript, and then you execute your JavaScript code. Yeah.
So TypeScript was made because of problems with JavaScript.
TypeScript is made because JavaScript doesn't naturally have the feature of a type safety, because a lot of other languages, a lot of other languages such as like Java and stuff, there's types, and it kind of helps you code in a much more organized manner in a way that you can collaborate with other people. But JavaScript doesn't have that. So if you want to like scale out your application, one of the good things to do would be to kind of switch over to TypeScript and define types in your application. Pretty much. So TypeScript is only for the developer to write in, because at the end, you know, as I said, that TypeScript is always compiled into JavaScript, and then you actually run that JavaScript code when you run that application. Or because there are two different bodies of people that maintain JavaScript and TypeScript. So TypeScript is managed by Microsoft, while there's ECMA, which is another body that kind of manages JavaScript.
So TypeScript is basically just compiling to JavaScript, but why is JavaScript so necessary? So integrated with...
Because for new developers, it's actually easier to get started with JavaScript, because there's no notion of data types, but we're just enforcing it because it's a good practice to have from the beginning. Yeah. Okay, sweet. So I'm going to move on to the other data types that we have in TypeScript. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, okay, sweet. Okay, so I have mentioned to you the very simple data types such as Boolean, integer, and string. But what you can also have in TypeScript is an array of elements. So in some cases, we might want to not have different variables to store like different things. Like let's say a list of animals, right? You're not going to have like animal 1 equals to this, animal 2 equals to that. For this sort of a thing, you would want an array. So array is pretty much a collection of elements that are of the same type. So if I go back to my Visual Studio Code, I can kind of just ignore this piece of code right now, which just explains the data types. And I can write an array. So I can do let my array be of, let's say, string, array of strings, right? There's this extra bit that's kind of introduced at the end. So over here, we just had a string, which is one string. But over here, we have two kind of square brackets to kind of tell TypeScript that it's an array. And then we can be like, I don't know, like cat and then dog, right? So that's a simple array. And then we can console log out this again, my array. So clear. So the first thing I need to do is actually, again, convert the TypeScript file into a JavaScript file because I've rewritten some code again. So TSC, testing.ts. It converts it first, and then node testing.js. So now I execute the JavaScript file. and it will say cat and dog, right? So there's that. And some other things you can do is like myArray dot push. So you might not want to define everything when you initialize the array. You might want to add things into that array later on. So in this case, you would use a push method on this array. So you access this array, and you do dot push, and then let's say I want to add another animal like giraffe, right? So I need to do tsc testing.ts again, and then node testing.js. So now you can actually see that the original array that I wrote has 3 elements rather than 2, because 2 are defined at the very beginning, and 1 is kind of pushed to the end of it later on. Cool. And if I just go to the repo, I'll be able to show you guys that in real life scenarios, arrays are really important, because if I just go to the TypeScript section, so you might have seen websites like Netflix and stuff, right? For example, they have these cards that are present for every movie. So each card kind of represents a different movie. All the developers have done in the backend is that they've made an array of the different movies, and all you're doing as a developer then is that you're saying that for all the movies inside this array, just render out a piece of card. And that's how these card layouts are introduced into a website. Sweet, so that was an array. Another thing is this notion of an enum. So sometimes you might, in your application, you might want to assign a value which is only from a certain set of values that you've decided to include, right? So for example, a list of days, right? So in this particular variable, you might only want to have a certain amount of values. And in this case, you're defining an enum that describes all the possible days of a week, and you're saying that this variable can only contain a day of the week. So if I go back to my Visual Studio Code again, and I define an enum, right? So I'll do enum days. I can do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sat, and Sun, right? Now, I can do let day of week be of days, right? So what you've done here is that you've actually, so just like string, arrays, and integers, you've made a new data type of your own. So in this case, you're saying that a developer who's ever going to write to this particular variable can only have values from the following list that you chose. So for example, if I do like days is equals to Saturday, it gives me an error saying that type Saturday is not assignable to type days, because the fact is that this Saturday does not exist in this particular day enumeration, right? So if I wanted to add an element, what I'd have to do is I'd have to do access this first, and then VS Code kind of just tells me, okay, these are the values that you can add to this variable, and all the other values are not accessible, yes. I think, yeah, it is case sensitive, yes. If I do like Friday, yeah, it is case sensitive, yeah. So again, if you want to like kind of manipulate the code and stuff, it's all on the PowerPoint slide, so you can just access it from that at home or anything, and you can just feel free to edit the code over there. So this is a really good now, because you can kind of imagine yourself in a situation where, let's say, you have written this variable, but you want to let other developers only kind of write to this variable only a set of values, right? And then you can define it, okay, so I can be like, okay, you, please only assign values from this particular data structure that I created. So that's an enum. So it's a helpful extension to the standard data types that only allows values from a predetermined set. The next one is interfaces. So this it's a way to specify a contract to other developers that you can only have, let's say, a particular attributes to a function. So if I go back to my VS Code again, let's say I define like, because in big applications, you don't just have attributes of like strings or numbers and stuff. You would have many complicated data types that you define as a developer. So you can be like function, say hello, and then you can be like, so firstly, let's just, before we kind of write into this function, let's create an interface. So interface person. Now in this interface, you would kind of put like anything that belongs to a person. So let's say a person in our application should have a name, which is a type of string. They would have to have an age, which is a type of number. And they would have to have, actually let's just keep it to those two things. So a person in our application should have a name and age, okay? Now you can say that this say hello function allows a particular person as an argument that is of type person. So you're saying that whatever you pass into this function will have to be type of this function. And then inside this function, you can be like console.log, hello, and then you can use like string concatenation, which is just you take one string, another string, put it together. And then you can do our particular person dot, and then note how Visual Studio automatically tells you that, hey, these are the things that are available to you that you can access from this interface. So you can be like, I want to select the name, and then, you know, it would just call this particular console.log. So if I actually want to create a person that kind of, okay, let's just create like me of type person. Now, VS Code is going to tell me that this is bad because if me is type of person, then you need these two things that exist in here. So then I can be like, okay, let's add those two things in. So my name is Shrey, and my age is 19. And then suddenly this goes away. So there's no squiggly lines anymore. So it's allowed by the language. And then I can execute the function. So say hello, and then put me in here. And hopefully, if I convert that to JavaScript, and then execute that, it should say hello Shrey Taylor, right? So that's how interfaces would be used. Okay, cool. So for the last data type that we're going to consider today, we have something called classes, right? And this is not something like all the concepts that I've explained until now, interfaces and all these data types, are things that are going to be used in React when you go on to the next component. But classes are something which is very useful feature, but really advanced for us right now. So I recommend, I do recommend having a look at this though, because it's really useful. And as you can see, it's really advanced. So like, if you guys want to like know more about this, you can refer to the official TypeScript documentation, which kind of explains everything about everything that I've talked about today. And as a developer, it's really helpful to always look through the documentation when you're making your application. So yeah, thanks guys, and that's it for TypeScript today. Sweet.
Hey guys, we'll probably have around 5-ish minutes until the next session, just for you guys to kind of wrap up what you're doing, if you guys need to get some water or whatever. So yeah, we'll start at 3:05.
All right, let's go. Let's start. Hello. Hello. Hey everyone. Is everyone all good? Everyone feeling good? So we're on to our last part of the workshop today. So I'm Kenny, this is Roger, and we're going to be going through the React with TypeScript part. So you've learned about TypeScript, and you've learned about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and how to build a basic web page, but React is built on top of JavaScript, so yeah, so let's get started. So just going through some learning outcomes. I'm going to be explaining React and its benefits. Basically, what is React, why do you use it, why it's beneficial at all. And then I'm going to go through the components and what is JSX. And then Roger will be going into the deep dive code base where we go through states, event handling, functions in React, interfaces and props, lifecycle methods, logical operands, and conditional rendering. And some extra for experts, some topics that we might go through if we have time. So profiler, Redux, state management, and also DOM. So you've heard about DOM before, but React's a bit different. So yeah, so prerequisites. So I think everyone's got this nailed down now. So everyone's got Chrome or Microsoft Edge. Everyone's got Node.js installed. Just raise your hands if you haven't or can't get it installed, we can help you. And also Visual Studio Code. But you can also use any coding editor you want. So firstly, what is React and why learn about it? So React is built on top of JavaScript. It is a library that is used to create user interfaces. So you can think of user interfaces being like a website or even like an app. It's basically something that interacts with users, customers, whatever. And it uses a concept called components. So at the ground base of things, React uses components in such a way that it's small and isolated. Each component does one specific job, and that's all it does. From like a button to like maybe like a card.
It's what you learned.
You want to try and make it as less dependent on other things as possible. There's a thing called states that Roger will go through, which moves data from different components to components. And these states create our interactions between different components. And it allows you to, it efficiently updates and renders specific components when data is changed. So when we talk about data, we talk about states. And in React, there's a thing called, or there's a concept called the virtual DOM. So you've been introduced to a DOM before, which is basically, you know, when you open up your browser and you see the web page, that's the DOM. So the underlying, let's say, the underlying implementation of React is it'll detect changes between the DOM that you see and a React DOM or a virtual DOM, and it'll only render those specific components that have changed. So it's efficient in a sense where it doesn't render the whole page again. So you don't need to keep pressing F5 every time. All it does is it just renders that specific component based on the states or based on a user interaction that you had. So that's React and why we learn about it. So it is one of the most popular languages to build front-end systems with. There is a big demand for React developers these days. If you go on Seek and stuff like that, you always see React as one of the main tech stacks they use. It is flexible. React Native, relatively new, makes mobile apps development a lot easier. So you only learn like one language basically. And the concept of reusable components, so it's really good because you can create these libraries full of components which you can share within companies. And you know, it's a lot of reusability, a lot of less about reinventing the wheel, and a lot of reusability. So we encourage that stuff. Okay, so getting started. So has everyone pulled the source code from GitHub or managed to do that? If you haven't, then I'm not going to show you, but you can just raise your hand and we'll come help you. So I'm going to start up Visual Studio Code now and go to the directory and just run an npm install. So what npm install will do is install the dependencies that's located in the package.json folder, and npm run will run the React app. So let's
React template now, by the way. So
React template.
Different
Yeah.
website. Oh, sorry, different file.
Yeah, yeah. So if we go into our folder, so this is a 2021 Introduction to General Software Development. If we go into Web App, and if we go into the React template, Just open it up in here.
You already have it open.
I already have it open, so I don't need to do that. So let's clear that. Let's do an npm install. So as I said, what this will do is it'll create this node modules folder, which contains all of your dependencies. So these are just like third-party libraries that basically your app is using.
Including React itself.
Including React itself, and that's all located in this package.json folder here. So this is all the stuff that needs to be there for it to run. And yeah, so let's get this app running. So let's do npm start. Cool. So we have our app running now. It's not beautiful. Roger will make sure it's more interactive and stuff. But just to go through some simple concepts. So let's have a look into the file structure. So you have node modules, which was, as I explained, it's all of the third-party libraries that's used. You've also got this public folder, which contains, as you've seen before, an index.html file. So this would be familiar to you guys now. You've also got, in the source file, you've also got a CSS file that you guys know about. It's a bit more advanced, but you guys can read it in your own time and have a look. There's also these TSX. So TSX is TypeScript components, component files. And we have a folder here called components. So these are our very basic components that we have created. And yeah, this is kind of what JSX looks like. It's a mixture of JavaScript as well as HTML and XML and stuff. But generally, you guys can see the correlation between this and also HTML. So I'll hand it over to Roger now. He'll go through more of a deep dive into the code, and hopefully we'll do something cool.
Sweet. So I guess before I get started, show of hands, everyone who's actually managed to get this running. Cool, we've got one person who's managed to get this running so far.
You don't need any help?
Sweet. I guess I'll give it a couple of minutes for people just to get this thing running on their machines, and then I'll start. Can use laptop set up to not sleep. Hey, is your laptop set to sleep? Yeah, cool. I've been trying to help people with their installs because it's a little...
Linux is dying. I can't get anyone to install on Linux.
Really?
Yeah, this keeps saying like missing arguments and shit. It's like, I don't know about
On
that.
npm?
npm install. They can't even install dependencies. Sudo npm install doesn't work out. Just carry on.
Okay. Cool, I think we'll get started now. So, show of hands, who's got it running now on their machines? That's better. Cool, if you can't seem to get it running now, we've got everything on the README. So, we'll be able to help you out, hopefully. So, if you've got it running, you should see this website here. Now, clicking these buttons doesn't do anything. So let's go take a look at the code. So in here, the counter that's being rendered is this component. So it's called the counter component. And in here, it's got a counter 5. On line 13, this stuff here, that is essentially putting the value onto the website. And that's what you're seeing on screen. So, sweet, sorry. So in here, the value's set to 5, but as you can see, these buttons aren't hooked up to anything. So let's change that. So in here, let's add a onClick, and that is equal to whatever we tell it to. So let's set it to whatever we want to, and then define that as a function. So what we've done here is we've said that when you click this button, it should now run a function called decrement, and the function is now defined inside our component. And currently it does nothing. So let's make it do something. Let's do count minus equals 1. So let's subtract 1 from the count and turn it into a let, because that is currently a const and that won't work. So constant variables can't be modified, which is why that would give me an error. And rerun this program. So if we just terminate it, call npm start again, turn itself back on. Sweet. Now let's hit the decrement button again. So that still doesn't work. Let's go back to the code. So in here, let's do some debugging. So how about we log this through console, and let's log it after we decrement the value. So if we go back to the app, as we click this button, nothing happens. So let's open up the console. As you can see, the count variable is being updated. As I click, it's going down. So why isn't it updating on the screen? So React components have this concept called state, and React will not redraw or update a component until the state updates. So while our count variable is in the component, it's not part of the component state, so updating it will not update the component itself. So we should add it to the component state. So let's do that. So let's change the definition for count. And set that to 5. You'll notice that there's now an error. So what we're doing is we're setting the count as a constant value, and we're asking React for something called a hook. Now what a hook is it's essentially a function provided to us that'll return something. And in this case, useState will return a variable and then a function to update it that's connected to the component state. So in here, if I, instead of doing count minus equals 1, I do set count, because that's what I've set the function to count minus 1, and I save that. If we come back to the app and refresh it, you'll notice the value starts decreasing. So the value is now tracked in the state. Show of hands who understood that? Sweet. So if you're not quite sure how that works, I think we've got quite a few MSPs running around. Hopefully they're able to help you out. So now that we've got decrement working, let's try increment. I'll give 2 minutes, I say, for people to try implement an increment function on the other button. If you need help, raise your hand and we'll come on over. Scroll up. Cool, for this line here. Yeah, I'll actually shrink the terminal. I don't think you guys need to see this right now. Here you go. Sweet. So I hope people have had a crack at implementing increment. If you couldn't quite get it, I'm going to do it now myself. Sweet. So with those changes, you can now increment or decrement. So just for those of you who are getting compilation errors around useState, this function here. So what you need to do is at the top, there is a line called useState, and it's being imported from React. So if you remove this line, you see how I get the same error? And the shorthand to fix that is if you have your cursor hovering over useState and you hit Control Space, it gives you a recommendation. Hit Enter, and it'll do the import for you. Sweet. Has everyone had a go at implementing increment? Yes, no? Sweet. Okay, we'll carry on. So currently we have a counter in the state of this app, which will count up and count down. And that's all well and good. So we have one component. So let's do what Kenny suggests and reuse the component. So in app.tsx, currently all our application does is render counter. Let's add a couple of renders to counter. So that's not what I want. So if you look at counter now, counter's rendered on the screen multiple times. We have multiple counters on the screen. And if you change the values of these counters, you'll notice that each of the counter values can change independent of each other. That's because each counter component that we have in the app is tracking its own version of that count value. Unfortunately, these counters aren't exactly meaningful. All they do is count values. So let's update the application and the component again. So what we can do to change that, or improve the functionality of this component, is we can set the string to something more meaningful. So let's introduce an interface from TypeScript, and let's call it counterprops. And then we can do so if we update the counter by defining this interface called counterprops, we add a counter title, and the title is a string. We can tell the component that it takes something called a prop, and a prop is a value that is passed to it from wherever its parent is, so whatever component is containing it, in this case app.tsx. And now if we update this, we can change counter value. So let's update that. And we can change it to use the counter title. Now, unfortunately, judging by the red on app.tsx, this code currently doesn't compile. So if we hit in here, you'll notice that counter's red. So if you define a component to take a prop, whenever that component is used, it must be passed that value in its props. So unless you call it with the value, it's going to error you out. So let's do that. Let's update this so it takes a value. Sweet. So now that we've done that, you'll notice that it's updated. And if we refresh, the value's reset to 5. So Obviously, we can change these values however we want. And you notice the values change. Now, as you can imagine, if we want a whole bunch of counters with a default value, this is going to start getting really tedious. For example, let's say the default value count is the number of MSA students. If I want to get lots of counters that have that string, I have to say it every single time. So let's go update the counter. So in here, currently, each counter must have a counter title. So we can make the title optional. And that'll let us create a counter that doesn't take the prop as an argument. However, that means that we now have a counter who is telling us that it's undefined, because we never ended up defining that string. Question? Yes, no? Cool. So let's make it a little more sensible. So in here, let's hook into a different part of the React lifecycle. So in React, we have another lifecycle prop. So useState is one of them. And we've got another one called useEffect. And what useEffect does is it runs every single time the component's redrawn, or a value in the component has been updated. In this case, we're telling it to run once and only once after the component re-renders. And we can say that if the counter title then that's not quite going to work. So I'm going to be lazy. Sweet. So with the code changes here with useEffect, what useEffect does, as I mentioned earlier, is it redraws every time a component renders. So now it's checking, after it draws the component, hey, do I have a counter title? So this is asking the counter title, are you true or are you false? Do you have a value? Then it says, if you have a value, I'm going to use your value. Otherwise, I'm going to say it's some default counter. And of course, because title is now tracked in the state, it'll go redraw itself and update itself to the correct value. And if we look at that in the website, the value is now no longer undefined. It is some default counter. I'm going to give, say, 5 minutes just for people to catch up and catch up to the implementation. To here. Raise your hand if you need some help. Can I get a show of hands? Who's managed to catch up? Yes, good. Still lots of talking in the room. Sweet. Okay, I'm going to carry on because, again, this is all on the README. So currently we have a counter, and it doesn't do a lot. It counts up, it counts down, doesn't do anything exciting. So how about we change it to render something on count? Guys, can I get a bit of quiet in the room, please? Sweet. Okay, that's better. So this counter is currently fairly boring. It counts up, it counts down, it goes negative. Let's get it to do something better. So in here, we've got a counter label. So how about we add another div and have an image? So in here, let's add a image. And let's set the source to be equal to, I don't know, some file that we have floating around. So that would be slash. Now obviously this would render immediately, as you can tell. How about we set something to conditionally render? So let's say that if they start counting negative, let's change the value. So in here, in React, you can add code blocks wherever you like. So for example, in here, I'm now saying that this will come out of code, and I can say that based on count being greater than a value, say 10, now let's go less than 0. We can render the image, or we return null, which will render nothing. So now if we take a look at this, there's no values, no images. But if we tick the counter down, hey look, our image shows up. Now of course we can conditionally render whatever we like. So for example, let's say that we're not too happy with it always being title when we render. We can also alter this. So and now you've hidden whatever text you like behind the counter going below 0. So that pretty much wraps up the React side of things in terms of what we've got prepared as content. So in this course, we've got, of course, a counter. You've learned to add functions into the component, how to set the button to actually activate these functions in JSX. And then you've learnt about React State. We've got hooks. And of course, conditional rendering and some additional TypeScript. That's it from me. Coda, you got anything else to add? Yes, no? Sweet.
Somewhat.
You didn't have anything.
No, we're done.
Okay, I think you can take your laptop if you want it. You can finally take it back.
Yeah, do you want me to go through some other stuff, or are we done? 4 o'clock, is that all good?
Yeah, if you have stuff. What did you want to go through?
The React framework. To go through. Components,
Hey, did you want to spend like 5 minutes on that?
Hey everyone. This is kind of an extra for experts. I know it was jam-packed, and I hope you guys could have followed along. If not, we have a README on GitHub, so feel free to have a look on there, or ask us any questions afterwards. We're happy to help. But there's for those who are using Chrome, there's also a thing called Profiler. So if we go to Chrome React Profiler, and just download these React developer tools, what you'll get actually is an extra functionality within your Chrome. So once you do that, you go inspect, and if you hit this components part, you can actually see your components that you've added. And you can actually see the props that you've added too. So that's quite useful for like debugging and stuff. If you don't know what state your props are in and other stuff, you can just use this. There's also another one here in the profiler, but that's just to track states when you fire events and stuff. So that's a bit more complex. But yeah, that's just something that I'd like to add, just so that you guys can have a play around. And yeah, if you have any questions, just let us know. And I'll hand it back to Coda.
Oh, actually, can I put your laptop for a second?
Actually?
Yeah. I need to go through GitHub.
Oh, okay, right. What are we doing?
Sweet. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, man. Hey guys. Yep. So yeah, I guess that's it in terms of technical content for today. In terms of, we just got some closing remarks, I guess, before we kind of wrap things up. So if you remember back to the start of today, there was mention of a competition. So if you go to the main GitHub repo, if you scroll right down to the bottom, some of you may have already read this, but there is that post-workshop competition. And yeah, there's some prizes to be, some small prizes to be won for the best submissions. So in terms of submission guidelines for the competition, essentially we want you guys to create a React web app similar to what you guys did today. Add 3 counters like you just did. But this time, I guess the theming around this is to try and create like a digital padlock sort of functionality. So you would have those counters, you'd have like a combination of numbers that are set as like the lock, and then when you increment or decrement those counters to the right sort of combination, it may show sort of an image. And that's kind of what we're expecting in terms of the submission. And then obviously the use of GitHub or Git and some feature branches. So there are some judging criteria. So yeah, that the React web app meets those basic submission guidelines, which are up here. As mentioned, use of Git, so using feature branches, not just committing everything in main, and having sensible commits, and not just doing everything and then just having a single commit at the end. yeah, if you look at the React web app at the moment, I guess the design is fairly bare bones. So, using those CSS skills and going away and kind of seeing what other additional styling functionality you can add. And then anything else that you want to add through there that you think will add to your overall experience. So I guess it's super loose in terms of the judging criteria. So yeah, if you're interested in that, be super cool if we got people to enter. And I think it's a really great way to kind of reinforce what you learned today, and also gives you a chance to go through the docs and kind of pick up stuff that you may have missed while you're going through it today as well. So yeah, it's about 3 weeks, and you can submit anytime you want. So yeah, the deadline is the 16th of May. And there is a form to submit. So in terms of submission, it's really just your GitHub repo and like a quick 15-second video just demonstrating your web app. Yeah, so I guess that's that. Did I want to touch on anything else? I think that's it. So in terms of that, I'll pass it back to David. I think he's just got some things he wanted to talk about in terms of the actual phase 1 for MSA. Oh yeah, and one thing I did want to touch on. So it is a competition, so don't feel like it's mandatory to do this as a part of phase 1. It's really just there if you want to kind of practice on your development skills. But other than that, yeah, I'll pass it back to David. Thanks.